428 Land may now seem to be adapted for the reception of water from the air, for the subterranean channels of the springs that well up between the diverse layers of earth, suitable for various products, and for the course of the rivers. Yet a closer investigation of them shows that they have resulted simply as the effect partly of volcanic eruptions, partly of floods, or even of invasions of the ocean. And this is not only true as regards the genesis of this configuration, but more particularly of its subsequent transformation, attended with the disappearance of its primitive organic productions. Point 2. If now the abode for all these forms of life, the lap of the land and the bosom of the deep, points to none but a wholly undesigned mechanical generation, how can we, or what right have we to ask for, or to maintain a different origin for these latter products? And even if man, as the most minute examination of the remains of those devastations of nature seems, in Camper's judgment, to prove, was not caught up in such revolutions, yet his dependence upon the remaining forms of terrestrial life is such that, if a mechanism of nature whose power overrides these others is admitted, he must be regarded as included within its scope, although his intelligence, to a large extent at least, has been able to save him from its work of destruction. But this argument seems to go beyond what it was intended to prove, for it would seem to show not merely that man could not be an ultimate end of nature or, for the same reason, the aggregate of the organized things of terrestrial nature be a system of ends, but that even the products of nature previously deemed to be natural ends could have no other origin than the mechanism of nature. But, then, we must bear in mind the results of the solution above given of the antinomy of the principles of the mechanical and teleological generation of organic natural beings. These principles, as we there saw, are merely principles of reflective judgment in respect of formative nature and its particular laws, the key to whose systematic correlation is not in our possession. They tell us nothing definite as to the origin of the things in their own intrinsic nature. They only assert that by the constitution of our understanding and our reason we are unable to conceive the origin in the case of beings of this kind otherwise than in the light of final causes. The utmost persistence possible, even a boldness, is allowed us in our endeavors to explain them on mechanical lines. More than that, we are even summoned by reason to do so, albeit we know we can never succeed with such an explanation. Not because there is an inherent inconsistency between the mechanical generation and an origin according to ends, but for subjective reasons involved in the particular type and limitations of our understanding. Lastly, we saw that the reconciliation of the two modes of representing the possibility of nature might easily lie in the supersensible principle of 429 nature, both external and internal. For the mode of representation based on final causes is only a subjective condition of the exercise of our reason in cases where it is not seeking to know the proper judgment to form of objects arranged merely as phenomena, but is bent rather on referring these phenomena, principles and all, to their supersensible substrate, for the purpose of recognizing the possibility of certain laws of their unity, which are incapable of being represented by the mind otherwise than by means of ends, of which reason also possesses examples of the supersensuous type. Section 83. The ultimate end of nature as a teleological system. We have shown in the preceding section that, looking to principles of reason, there is ample ground for reflective, though not of course for determining, judgment, for letting us judge man as not merely a natural end, such as all organized beings are, but as the being upon this earth who is the ultimate end of nature, and the one in relation to whom all other natural 430 things constitute a system of ends. What now is the end in man, and the end which, as such, is intended to be promoted by means of his connection with nature? If this end is something which must be found in man himself, it must either be of such a kind that man himself may be satisfied by means of nature and its beneficence, or else it is the aptitude and skill for all manner of ends for which he may employ nature, both external and internal. The former end of nature would be the happiness of man, the latter his culture. The conception of happiness is not one which man abstracts more or less from his instincts, and so derives from the animality within him. It is, on the contrary, a mere idea of a state, and one to which he seeks to make his actual state of being adequate under purely empirical conditions, an impossible task. He projects this idea himself, and, thanks to his understanding and its complex relations with imagination and the senses, projects it in such different ways, and even alters his concept so often, that even if nature were a complete slave to his free power of choice, it would nevertheless be utterly unable to adopt any definite, universal and fixed law by which to accommodate itself to this fluctuating concept, and so bring itself into accord with the end that each individual arbitrarily sets before himself. But even if we sought to reduce this concept to the level of the true wants of nature in which our species is in complete and fundamental accord, or, trying the other alternative, sought to increase to the highest level man's skill in accomplishing his imagined ends, nevertheless what man means by happiness, and what in fact constitutes his peculiar ultimate natural end, as opposed to the end of freedom, would never be attained by him. For his own nature is not so constituted as to rest or be satisfied in any possession. For 131, or enjoyment whatever, then external nature is far from having made a particular favorite of man or from having preferred him to all other animals as the object of its beneficence. For we see that in its destructive operations, plague, famine, flood, cold, attacks from animals great and small, and all such things, it has as little spared him as any other animal. But, besides all this, the discord of inner natural tendencies betrays him into further misfortunes of his own invention, and reduces other members of his species, through the oppression of lordly power, the barbarism of wars, and the like, to such misery, while he himself does all he can to work destruction on his race, that, even with the utmost goodwill on the part of external nature, its end, supposing it were directed to the happiness of our species, would never be attained in a system of terrestrial nature, because our own nature is not capable of it. Man, therefore, is always but a link in the chain of natural ends. True, he is a principle in respect of many ends to which nature seems to have predetermined him, seeing that he makes himself so. But, nevertheless, he is also a means towards the preservation of the purposiveness in the mechanism of the remaining members. As the single being upon earth that possesses understanding, and, consequently, a capacity for setting before himself ends of his deliberate choice, he is certainly titular lord of nature, and, supposing we regard nature as a teleological system, he is born to be its ultimate end. But this is always on the terms that he has the intelligence and the will to give to it, and to himself such a reference to ends as can be self-sing independently of nature, and, consequently, a final end. Such an end, however, must not be sought in nature. But, where in man, at any rate, are we to place this ultimate end of nature? To discover this, we must seek out what nature can supply for the purpose of preparing him for what he himself must do in order to be a final end, and we must segregate it from all ends whose possibility rests upon conditions that man can only await at the hand of nature. Earthly happiness is an end of the latter kind. It is understood to mean the sum of all possible human ends attainable through nature, whether in man or external to him. In other words, it is the material substance of all his earthly ends, and what, if he converts it into his entire end, renders him incapable of positing a final end for his own existence and of harmonizing therewith. Therefore, of all his ends in nature, we are left only with a formal, subjective condition, that, namely, of the aptitude for setting ends before himself at all, and, independent of nature in his power of determining ends, of employing nature as a means in accordance with the maxims of his free ends generally. This alone remains as what nature can effect relative to the final end that lies outside it, and as what may therefore be regarded as its ultimate end. The production in a rational being of an aptitude for any ends whatever of his own choosing, consequently of the aptitude of a being in his freedom, is culture. Hence, it is only culture that can be the ultimate end which we have cause to attribute to nature in respect of the human race. His individual happiness on earth, and, we may say, the mere fact that he is the chief instrument for instituting order and harmony in non-rational external nature, are ruled out. But not every form of culture can fill the OCE of this ultimate end of nature. Skill is a culture that is certainly the principal subjective condition of the aptitude for the furthering of ends of all kinds. Yet it is incompetent for giving assistance to the will in its determination and choice of its ends. But this is an essential factor if an aptitude for ends is to have its full meaning. This latter condition of aptitude, involving what might be called culture by way of training, discipline, is negative. It consists in the liberation of the will from the despotism of desires whereby, in our attachment to certain natural things, we are rendered incapable of exercising a choice of our own. This happens when we allow ourselves to be enchained by impulses with which nature only provided us that they might serve as guidance to prevent our neglecting, or even impairing, the animal element in our nature, while yet we are left free enough to tighten or slacken them, to lengthen or shorten them, as the ends of our reason demand. 432. Skill can hardly be developed in the human race otherwise than by means of inequality among human beings. For the majority, in a mechanical kind of way that calls for no special art, provide the necessities of life for the ease and convenience of others who apply themselves to the less necessary branches of culture in science and art. These keep the masses in a state of oppression, with hard work and little enjoyment, though in the course of time much of the culture of the higher classes spreads to them also. But with the advance of this culture, the culminating point of which, where devotion to what is superfluous begins to be prejudicial to what is indispensable, is called luxury, misfortunes increase equally on both sides. With the lower classes they arise by force of domination from without, with the upper from seeds of discontent within. Yet this splendid misery is connected with the development of natural tendencies in the human race, and the end pursued by nature itself, even if it is not our end, is thereby attained. The formal condition under which nature can alone attain this its real end is the existence of a constitution so regulating the mutual relations of men that the abuse of freedom by individuals striving one against another is opposed by a lawful authority centered in a whole, called a civil community. For it is only in such a constitution that the greatest development of natural tendencies can take place. In addition to this, we should also need a cosmopolitan whole, had men but the ingenuity to discover such a constitution and the wisdom voluntarily to. 433 submit themselves to its constraint. It would be a system of all states that are in danger of acting injuriously to one another. In its absence, and with the obstacles that ambition, love of power, and avarice, especially on the part of those who hold the reins of authority, put in the way even of the possibility of such a scheme, war is inevitable. Sometimes this results in states splitting up and resolving themselves into lesser states. Sometimes one state absorbs other smaller states and endeavors to build up a larger unit. But if on the part of men war is a thoughtless undertaking, being stirred up by unbridled passions, it is nevertheless a deep-seated, maybe far-seeing, attempt on the part of supreme wisdom, if not to found, yet to prepare the way for a rule of law governing the freedom of states, and thus bring about their unity in a system established on a moral basis. And, in spite of the terrible calamities which it inflicts on the human race, and the hardships, perhaps even greater, imposed by the constant preparation for it in time of peace, yet, as the prospect of the dawn of an abiding reign of national happiness keeps ever retreating farther into the distance, it is one further spur for developing to the highest pitch all talents that minister to culture. We turn now to the discipline of inclinations. In respect of these, our natural capacities are very purposively adapted to the performance of our essential functions as an animal species, but the inclinations are a great impediment to the development of our humanity. Yet here again, in respect of this second requisite for culture, we see nature striving on purposive lines to give us that education that renders us receptive to higher ends than it can itself afford. The preponderance of evil which a taste refined to the extreme of idealization, and which even luxury in the sciences, considered as food for vanity, diffuses among us as the result of the crowd of insatiable inclinations which they beget, is indisputable. But, while that is so, we cannot fail to recognize the end of nature, ever more and more to prevail over the rudeness and violence of inclinations that belong more to the animal part of our nature and are most inimical to education that would fit us for our higher vocation, inclinations towards enjoyment, and to make way for the development of our humanity, fine art and the sciences, if they do not make man morally better, yet, by conveying a pleasure that admits of universal communication and by introducing polish and refinement into society, make him civilized. Thus they do much to overcome the tyrannical propensities of the senses, and so prepare man for a sovereignty in which reason alone shall have sway. Meanwhile the evils visited upon us, now by nature, now by the truculent egoism of man, evoke the energies of the soul, and give it strength and courage to submit to no such force, and at the same time allow us to sense that in the depths of our nature there is an aptitude for higher ends. 3. 434. Section 84. The NAL end of the existence of a world, that is, of creation itself. A final end is an end that does not require any other end as condition of its possibility. If the simple mechanism of nature is accepted as the explanation of its purposiveness, it is not open to us to ask, for what end do the things in the world exist? For on such an idealistic system, we have only to reckon with the physical possibility of things, and things that it would be mere sophistry to imagine as ends. Whether we refer this form of things to chance, or whether we refer it to blind necessity, such a question would in either case be meaningless. But if we suppose the purposive nexus in the world to be real, and assume a special type of causality for it, namely the activity of a cause acting designedly, we cannot then stop short at the question, what is the end for which things in the world, namely organized beings, possess this or that form, or are placed by nature in this or that relation to other things? On the contrary, once we have conceived an understanding that must be regarded as the cause of the possibility of such forms as they are actually found in things, we must go on and seek in this understanding for an objective ground capable of determining such productive understanding to the production of an effect of 435 this kind. That ground is then the final end for which such things exist. I have said above that the final end is not an end which nature would be competent to realize or produce in terms of its idea, because it is one that is unconditioned. For in nature, as a thing of the senses, there is nothing whose determining ground, discoverable in nature itself, is not always in turn conditioned. This is not merely true of external or material nature, but also of our internal or thinking nature, it being of course understood that I am only considering what in us is strictly nature. But a thing which by virtue of its objective characterization is to exist necessarily as the final end of an intelligent cause, must be of such a kind that in the order of ends it is dependent upon no further or other condition than simply its idea. Now we find in the world beings of only one kind whose causality is teleological or directed to ends, and which at the same time are beings of such a character that the law according to which they have to determine ends for themselves is represented by them themselves as unconditioned and not dependent on anything in nature, but as necessary in itself. The being of this kind is man, but man regarded as noumenon. He is the only natural creature whose peculiar objective characterization is nevertheless such as to enable us to recognize in him a supersensible faculty, his freedom, and to perceive both the law of the causality and the object of freedom which that faculty is able to set before itself as the highest end, the highest good in the world. Now it is not open to us in the case of man, considered as a moral agent, or similarly in the case of any rational being in the world, to ask the further question, for what end, quem infinem, does he exist? His existence inherently involves the highest end, the end to which, as far as in him lies, he may subject the whole of nature, or against which at least he must not deem himself subjected to any influence on its part. Now assuming that things in the world are beings that are dependent in point of their real existence, and, as such, stand in need of a supreme cause acting according to ends, then man is the final end of creation. For without man the chain of mutually subordinated ends would have no ultimate point of reference. Only in man, and only in him as the individual being to whom the moral law applies, do we find unconditional legislation in respect of ends. This legislation, therefore, is what alone qualifies him to be a final end to which entire nature is teleologically subordinated. Point 4. 436. Section 85. Physicotheology. Physicotheology is the attempt on the part of reason to infer the supreme cause of nature and its attributes from the ends of nature, ends which can only be known empirically. A moral theology, or ethicotheology, would be the attempt to infer that cause and its attributes from the moral end of rational beings in nature, an end which can be known a priori. The former naturally precedes the latter. For if we seek to infer a world cause from the things in the world by teleological arguments, we must first of all be given ends of nature. Then for these ends so given we must afterwards look for a final end, and this final end obliges us to seek the principle of the causality of the supreme cause in question. 437. Much natural research can, and indeed must, be conducted in the light of the teleological principle without our having occasion to inquire into the source of the possibility of the purposive activity which we meet with in various products of nature. But should we now desire to form also a concept of this source, we are then in the position of having absolutely no available insight that can penetrate beyond our mere maxim of reflective judgment. According to this maxim, given but a single organized product of nature, then the structure of our cognitive faculty is such that the only source which we can conceive it to have is one that is a cause of nature itself, whether of nature as a whole, or even only of this particular portion of it, and that derives from an understanding the requisite causality for such a product. This is a critical principle which doubtless brings us no whit farther in the explanation of natural things or their origin. Yet it discloses to our view a prospect that extends beyond the horizon of nature and points to our being able perhaps to determine more closely the concept of an original being that otherwise appears so unfruitful. Now I say that no matter how far physicoteleology may be pushed, it can never disclose to us anything about a final end of creation, for it never even begins to look for a final end. Thus it can justify, no doubt, the concept of an intelligent world cause as a concept which subjectively, that is in relation to the nature of our cognitive faculty alone, is effective to explain the possibility of things that we can render intelligible to ourselves in the light of ends. But neither from a theoretical nor a practical point of view can it determine this concept any further. Its attempt falls short of its proposed aim of affording a basis of theology. To the last it remains nothing but a physical teleology, for the purposive connection which it recognizes is only, and must only, be regarded as subject to natural conditions. Consequently, it can never institute an inquiry into the end for which nature itself exists, this being an end whose source must be sought outside nature. Yet it is upon the definite idea of this end that the definite conception of such a supreme intelligent world cause, and, consequently, the possibility of a theology, depend. Of what use are the things in the world to one another? What good is the manifold in a thing to this thing? How are we entitled to assume that nothing in the world is in vain, but that, provided we grant that certain things, regarded as ends, ought to exist, everything serves some purpose or other in nature? All these questions imply that in respect of our judgment, reason has at its command no other principle of the possibility of the object which it is obliged to judge teleologically than that of subordinating the mechanism of nature to the architectonic of an intelligent author of the world. And directed to all these issues, the teleological survey of the world plays its part nobly and fills us with intense admiration. But inasmuch as the data, and, consequently, the principles for determining such a concept of an intelligent world cause, regarded as the supreme artist, are merely empirical, they do not allow us to infer any other attributes belonging to it than those which experience reveals to us as manifested in its effects. But as experience is unable to embrace the whole of nature as a system, it must frequently find support for arguments which, to all appearances, conflict with that concept and with one another. Yet it can never lift us above nature to the end of its real existence, or thus raise us to a definite concept of such a higher intelligence, even if it were in our power empirically to survey the entire system considered as mere nature. 438. If the problem which physico-theology has to solve is set to a lower key, then its solution seems an easy matter. Thus we may think of an intelligent being possessing a number of superlative attributes, without the full complement of those necessary for establishing a nature harmonizing with the greatest possible end, and to all beings of this description, of whom there may be one or more, we might be extravagant enough to apply the concept of a deity, or, if we let it pass as of no importance, to supplement by arbitrary additions the proofs of a theory where the grounds of proof are deficient. And if, therefore, where we have only reason to assume much perfection, and what, then, is much for us, we deem ourselves entitled to take all possible perfection for granted, then physical teleology has important claims to the distinction of affording the basis of a theology. But what is there to lead, and 439 more than that, authorize us to supplement the facts of the case in this way? If we are called on to point out what it is, we shall seek in vain for any ground of justification in the principles of the theoretical employment of reason. For such employment emphatically demands that for the purpose of explaining an object of experience, we are not to ascribe to it more attributes than we find in the empirical data for the possibility of the object. On closer investigation, we should see that underlying our procedure is an idea of a supreme being, which rests on an entirely different employment of reason, namely its practical employment, and that it is this idea, which exists in us a priori, that impels us to supplement the defective representation of an original ground of the ends in nature afforded by physical teleology, and enlarge it to the concept of a deity. When we saw this, we should not erroneously imagine that we had evolved this idea, and, with it, a theology by means of the theoretical employment of reason in the physical cognition of the world, much less that we had proved its reality. One cannot blame the ancients so very much for imagining that, while there was great diversity among their gods, both in respect of their power and of their purposes and dispositions, they were all, not excepting the sovereign head of the gods himself, invariably limited in human fashion. For on surveying the order and course of the things in nature, they certainly found ample reason for assuming something more than mere mechanism as its cause, and for conjecturing the existence of purposes on the part of certain higher causes, which they could only conceive to be superhuman, behind the machinery of this world. But, since they encountered both the good and evil, the purposive and the counter-purposive, very much interspersed, at least to human eyes, and could not take the liberty of assuming, for the sake of the arbitrary idea of an all-perfect author, that there were nevertheless mysteriously wise and beneficent ends, of which they did not see the evidence, underlying all this apparent antagonism. Their judgment on the supreme world cause could hardly be other than it was, so long, that is, as they followed maxims of the mere theoretical employment of reason with strict consistency. Others who were physicists *, and in that character desired to be theologians also, thought that they would give full satisfaction to reason by providing for the absolute unity of the principle of natural things, which reason demands, by means of the idea of a being in which, as sole substance, the whole assemblage of those natural things would be contained only as inhering modes. While this substance would not be the cause of the world by virtue of its intelligence, it would nevertheless be a subject in which all the intelligence on the part of the beings in the world would reside. Hence, although it would not be a being that produced anything according to ends, it would be one in which all things, owing to the unity of the subject of which they are mere determinations, must necessarily be interconnected in a purposive manner, though independently of any end or design. Thus they introduced the idealism of final causes, by converting the unity, so de-cult to deduce, of a number of substances standing in a purposive connection from a causal dependence on one substance into the unity of inherence in one. Looked at from the side of the beings that inhere, this system became pantheism, and from the side of the sole subsisting subject, as original being, it became, by a later development, Spinozism. Thus, in the end, instead of solving the problem of the primary source of the purposiveness of nature, it regarded the whole question as idle, for the conception of such. For 140 purposiveness, being shorn of all reality, was reduced to a simple misinterpretation of the universal ontological conception of a thing in the abstract. So we see that the conception of a deity, such as would meet the demands of our teleological judging of nature, can never be developed according to mere theoretical principles of the employment of reason, and these are the only principles upon which physico-theology relies. For, suppose we assert that all teleology is a delusion on the part of the power of judgment in its judging of the causal nexus of things, and take refuge in the sole principle of a mere mechanism of nature. Then nature only appears to us to involve a universal relation to ends, owing to the unity of the substance that contains it as no more than the multiplicity of its modes. Or, suppose that instead of adopting this idealism of final causes, we wish to adhere to the principle of the realism of this particular type of causality. Then, no matter whether we base natural ends on a number of intelligent original beings or on a single one, the moment we find ourselves with nothing upon which to ground the conception of realism but empirical principles drawn from the actual nexus of ends in the world, on the one hand we cannot help accepting the fact of the discordance with purposive unity of which nature presents many examples, and on the other hand, we can never obtain a sciently determinate concept of a single intelligent cause, so long as we keep to what mere experience entitles us to extract, to satisfy any sort of theology whatever which will be of use theoretically or practically. It is true that physical teleology urges us to go in quest of a theology, but it cannot produce one, however far we carry our investigations of nature, or help out the nexus of ends discovered in it with ideas of reason, which for physical problems must be theoretical. We may pose the reasonable question: what is the use of our basing all these arrangements on a great, and for us unfathomable, intelligence, and supposing it to order this world according to its intentions, if nature does not and cannot ever tell us anything as to the final aim in view? For apart from a final purpose, we are unable to relate all these natural ends to a common point of reference, or form an adequate teleological principle, be it for combining all the ends in a known system, or be it for framing such a conception of the supreme intelligence as cause of a nature like this, as could act as a standard for our judgment in its teleological reflection upon nature. I should have, it is true, in that case an artistic intelligence for miscellaneous ends, but no wisdom for a final end, which nevertheless is what must, properly speaking, contain the ground by which such intelligence is determined. I require a final end, and it is only pure reason that can supply this a priori, for all ends in the world are empirically conditioned and can contain nothing that. 441 is absolutely good, but only what is good for this or that purpose regarded as contingent. Such a final end alone would instruct me how I am to conceive the supreme cause of nature. What attributes I am to assign to it, and in what degree, and how I am to conceive its relation to nature, if I am to judge nature as a teleological system. In the absence, then, of a final end, what liberty or what authority have I to extend at will such a very limited concept of that original intelligence as I can base on my own poor knowledge of the world, or my concept of the power of this original being to realize its ideas, or of its will to do so, and so forth, and expand it to the idea of an all-wise and infinite being? Were I able to do this theoretically, it would presuppose omniscience in myself to enable me to see into the ends of nature in their entire context, and in addition to conceive all other possible schemes, as compared with which the present would have to be judged on reasonable grounds to be the best. For without this perfected knowledge of the effect, my reasoning can arrive at no definite concept of the supreme cause, which is only to be found in that of an intelligence in every respect infinite, that is, in the concept of a deity, or establish a basis for theology. Hence, allowing for all possible extension of physical teleology, we may keep to the principles set out above and say that the constitution and principles of our cognitive faculty are such that we can only conceive nature, in respect of those of its arrangements that are familiar to us and display purposiveness, as the product of an intelligence to which it is subjected. But whether this intelligence may also have had a final purpose in view in the production of nature and in its constitution as a whole, which final purpose in that case would not reside in nature as the sensible world, is a matter that the theoretical study of nature can never disclose. On the contrary, however great our knowledge of nature, it remains an open question whether that supreme cause is the original source of nature as a cause acting throughout according to a final end, or whether it is not rather such a source by virtue of an intelligence that is determined by the simple necessity of its nature to the production of certain forms, by analogy to what we call the artistic instinct in animals. The latter version does not involve our ascribing even wisdom to such intelligence, much less wisdom that is supreme and conjoined with all other properties requisite for ensuring the perfection of its product. 442. Hence physico-theology is a misconceived physical teleology. It is of no use to theology except as a preparation or propedeutic, and is only sui scient for this purpose when supplemented by a further principle on which it can rely. But it is not, as its name would suggest, sui scient, even as a propedeutic, if taken by itself. Section 86. Ethico-theology. There is a judgment which even the commonest understanding finds irresistible when it reflects upon the existence of the things in the world and the existence of the world itself. It is the verdict that all the manifold forms of life, coordinated though they may be with the greatest art and concatenated with the utmost variety of purposive adaptations, and even the entire complex that embraces their numerous systems, incorrectly called worlds, would all exist for nothing if man, or rational beings of some sort, were not to be found in their midst. Without man, in other words, the whole of creation would be a mere wilderness, a thing in vain, and have no final end. Yet it is not man's cognitive faculty, that is, theoretical reason, that forms the point of reference which alone gives its worth to the existence of all else in the world, as if the meaning of his presence in the world was that there might be someone in it that could make it an object of contemplation. For if this contemplation of the world brought to light nothing but things without a final end, the existence of the world could not acquire a worth from the fact of its being known. A final end of the world must be presupposed as that in relation to which the contemplation of the world may itself possess a worth. Neither is it in relation to the feeling of pleasure or the sum of such feelings that we can think that there is a given final end of. 443 Creation, that is to say, it is not by well-being, not by enjoyment, whether bodily or mental, not, in a word, by happiness, that we value that absolute worth. For the fact that man, when he does exist, makes happiness his own final purpose, affords us no conception of any reason why he should exist at all, or of any worth he himself possesses, for which his existence should be made agreeable to him. Hence man must already be presupposed to be the final end of creation, in order that we may have a rational ground to explain why nature, when regarded as an absolute whole according to principles of ends, must be in accord with the conditions of his happiness. Accordingly, it is only the faculty of desire that can give the required point of reference, yet not that faculty which makes man dependent upon nature, through sensuous impulses, that is, not that in respect of which the worth of his existence is dependent upon what he receives and enjoys. On the contrary, it is the worth which he alone can give to himself, and which consists in what he does, in the manner in which, and the principles upon which he acts, in the freedom of his faculty of desire, and not as a link in the chain of nature. In other words, a good will is that whereby man's existence can alone possess an absolute worth, and in relation to which the existence of the world can have a final end. Even the popular verdict of sound human reason, once its reflection is directed to this question and pressed to consider it, is in complete accord with the judgment that it is only as a moral being that man can be a final end of creation. What, it will be said, does it all avail? That this man has so much talent, that he is even so active in its employment, and thus exerts a useful influence upon social and public life, and that he possesses, therefore, considerable worth alike in relation to his own state of happiness and in relation to what is good for others, if he has not a good will. Looked at from the point of view of his inner self, he is a contemptible object. And if creation is not to be altogether devoid of a final end, such a man, though as man he is part of creation, must nevertheless, as a bad man dwelling in a world subject to moral laws, forfeit, in accordance with those laws, his own subjective end, that is happiness, as the sole condition under which his existence can cohere with the final end. Now if we find instances in the world of an order adapted to ends, and if, as reason inevitably requires, we subordinate the ends which are only conditionally ends, to one that is unconditioned and supreme, that is to a final end, we readily see, to begin with, that we are then not dealing with an end of nature, included within nature taken as existent, but with the end of the existence of nature itself, with all its orderly adaptations included. Consequently, we see the question is one of the ultimate end of creation, and, more precisely, of the supreme condition under which alone there can be a final end, or, in other words, of the ground that determines a highest intelligence to the production of the beings in the world. It is, then, only as a moral being that we acknowledge man to be the end of creation. Hence we have, first of all, a reason, or at least the primary condition, for regarding the world as a consistent whole of interconnected ends, and as a system of final causes. Now the structure of our reason is such that we necessarily refer natural ends to an intelligent world cause. Above all, then, we have one principle applicable to this relation, enabling us to think the nature and attributes of this first cause considered as supreme ground in the kingdom of ends, and to form a definite concept of it. This is what could not be done by physical teleology, which was only able to suggest vague concepts of such a ground, concepts which this vagueness made as useless for practical as for theoretical employment. 444. With such a definite principle as this, of the causality of the original being, we shall not have to regard it merely as an intelligence and as legislating for nature, but as the sovereign head legislating in a moral kingdom of ends. In relation to the highest good, which is alone possible under his sovereignty, namely the existence of rational beings under moral laws, we shall conceive this original being to be omniscient, so that even our inmost dispositions, wherein lies the distinctive moral worth in the actions of rational beings in the world, may not be hid from him. We shall conceive him as omnipotent, so that he may be able to adapt entire nature to this highest end, as both all good and just, since these two attributes, which unite to form wisdom, constitute the conditions under which a supreme cause of the world can be the source of the greatest good under moral laws. Similarly, the other remaining transcendental attributes, such as eternity, omnipresence, and so forth, for goodness and justice are moral attributes. All attributes that are presupposed in relation to such a final end will have to be regarded as belonging to this original being. In this way, moral teleology supplements the deficiency of physical teleology, and for the first time establishes a theology. For physical teleology, if it is not to borrow secretly from moral teleology, but is to proceed with strict logical rigor, can from its own unaided resources establish nothing but a demonology, which does not admit of any definite concept. But the principle which, because of the moral and teleological significance of certain beings in the world, refers the world to a supreme cause as deity, does not establish this relation by being simply a completion of the physico-teleological argument, and therefore by adopting this necessarily as its foundation. On the contrary, it can rely on its own resources and urges attention to the ends of nature and inquiry after the incomprehensibly great art that lies hidden behind its forms, so as to give to the ideas produced by pure 445 practical reason and incidental confirmation in natural ends. For the conception of beings of the world subject to moral laws is an a priori principle upon which man must necessarily judge himself. Furthermore, if there is a world cause acting designedly and directed to an end, the moral relation above mentioned must just as necessarily be the condition of the possibility of a creation as is the relation determined by physical laws. That is, supposing that such an intelligent cause has also a final end. This is a principle which reason regards even a priori as one that is necessary for its teleological judging of the existence of things. The whole question, then, is reduced to this. Have we any ground capable of satisfying reason, speculative or practical, to justify our attributing a final end to the supreme cause that acts according to ends? For that, judging by the subjective character of our reason, or even by anything we can at all imagine of the reason of other beings, such final end could be nothing but man as subject to moral laws, may be taken a priori as a matter of certainty, whereas we are wholly unable to cognize a priori what are the ends of nature in the physical order, and above all it is impossible to see that a nature could not exist apart from such ends. Remark. Imagine a person at the moment when his mind is disposed to moral feeling. If, amid beautiful natural surroundings, he is in calm and serene enjoyment of his existence, he feels within him a need of being grateful for it to someone. Or, at another time, in the same frame of mind, he may find himself in the stress of duties which he can only perform and will perform by submitting to a voluntary sacrifice. Then he feels within him a need of having, in so doing, carried out something commanded of him and obeyed a supreme Lord. Or he may in some thoughtless manner have diverged from the path of duty, though not so as to have made himself answerable to others. Yet words of stern self-reproach will then fall upon an inward ear, and he will seem to hear the voice of a judge to whom he has to render account. In a word, he needs a moral intelligence, because he exists for an end, and this end demands a being as the cause both of himself and the world with that end in view. It is waste of labor to go burrowing behind these feelings for motives, for they are immediately connected with the purest moral disposition, gratitude, obedience, and humiliation, that is, submission before a deserved chastisement, being special modes of the mind's attunement to duty. It is merely that the mind inclined to give expansion to its moral disposition here voluntarily imagines an object that is not in the world, in order, if possible, to prove its dutifulness before such an object also. Hence, it is at least possible, and, besides, there is in our moral habits of thought a foundation for so doing, to form a representation of a pure moral need for the existence of a being, whereby our morality for 146 gains in strength, or even obtains, at least on the side of our representation, an extension of area, that is to say, is given a new object for its exercise. In other words, it is possible to admit a moral legislator existing apart from the world, and to do so without regard to theoretical proof, and still less to self-interest, but on a purely moral ground, which, while of course only subjective, is free from all foreign influence, on the mere recommendation of a pure practical reason that legislates for itself alone. It may be that such a disposition of the mind is but a rare occurrence, or, again, does not last long, but rather is fleeting and of no permanent effect, or, it may be, passes away without the mind bestowing a single thought upon such a shadowy image, and without troubling to reduce it to clear concepts. Yet the source of this disposition is unmistakable. It is the original moral predisposition of our nature, as a subjective principle, that will not let us be satisfied, in our consideration of the world, with the purposiveness which it derives through natural causes, but leads us to introduce into it an underlying supreme cause governing nature according to moral laws. In addition to the above, there is the fact that we feel ourselves urged by the moral law to strive after a universal highest end, while yet we feel ourselves, and all nature too, incapable of its attainment. Further, it is only so far as we strive after this end that we can judge ourselves to be in harmony with the final end of an intelligent world cause, if such there be. Thus we have a pure moral ground derived from practical reason for admitting this cause, since we may do so without self-contradiction. If for no better reason, in order that we may not run the risk of regarding such striving as quite idle in its effects, and of allowing it to flag in consequence. Let us restate what we intended to convey here by all these observations. While fear doubtless in the first instance may have been able to produce gods, that is, demons, it is only reason by its moral principles that has been able to produce the concept of God, and it has been able to do so despite the great ignorance that has usually prevailed in what concerns the teleology of nature, or the considerable doubt that arises from the difficulty of reconciling, by a sciently established principle, the mutually conflicting phenomena that nature presents. Further, the inner moral destination of man's existence supplements the shortcomings of natural knowledge, by directing us to join to the thought of the final end of the existence of all things, and in the principle of which only satisfies reason from an ethical point of view. The thought of the supreme cause is endowed with attributes whereby it is empowered to subject the whole of nature to that single purpose, and make it merely instrumental thereto. In other words, it directs us to think the supreme cause as a deity. 447. Section 87. The moral proof of the existence of God. We have a physical teleology that affords evidence scient for our theoretical reflective judgment to enable us to admit the existence of an intelligent world cause. But in ourselves, and still more in the general concept of a rational being endowed with freedom of its causality, we find a moral teleology. But as our own relation to an end, together with the law governing it, may be determined a priori and consequently cognized as necessary, moral teleology does not stand in need of any intelligent cause outside ourselves to explain this intrinsic conformity to law any more than what we consider purposive in the geometrical properties of figures, their adaptation for all possible kinds of employment by art. Lets us look beyond to a supreme understanding that imparts this purposiveness to them. But this moral teleology deals with us for all that as beings of the world, and, therefore, as beings associated with other things in the world. And the same moral laws enjoin us to turn our consideration to these other things in the world, regarded either as ends, or as objects in respect of which we ourselves are the final end. This moral teleology, then, which deals with the relation of our own causality to ends, or even to a final end that must be proposed by us in the world, as well as with the reciprocal relation subsisting between the world and that moral end and the possibility of realizing it under external conditions, a matter upon which no physical teleology can give us any guidance, raises a necessary question. For we must ask, does this moral teleology oblige our rational judgment to? For 48 go beyond the world and seek for an intelligent supreme principle in respect of the relation of nature to the moral side of our being, so that we may form a representation of nature as displaying purposiveness in relation also to our inner moral legislation and its possible realization. Hence there is certainly a moral teleology. It is as necessarily implicated with the nomothetic of freedom on the one hand, and that of nature on the other, as with civil legislation is implicated the question of where the executive authority is to be sought. In fact, there is here the same implication as is to be found in everything in which reason has to assign a principle of the actuality of a certain uniform order of things that is only possible according to ideas. We shall begin by exhibiting how from the above moral teleology and its relation to physical teleology, reason advances to theology. Having done so, we shall make some observations on the possibility and conclusiveness of this mode of reasoning. If we assume the existence of certain things, or even only of certain forms of things, to be contingent, and consequently to be only possible by means of something else as their cause, we may then look for the supreme source of this causality, and, therefore, for the unconditioned ground of the conditioned, either in the physical or the teleological order. That is, we may look either to the nexus effectivus or to the nexus finalis. In other words, we may ask which is the supreme productive cause, or we may ask what is the supreme or absolutely unconditioned end of such a cause. That is, what in general is the final end for which it produces these or all its products. In the latter question, it is obviously taken for granted that this cause can form a representation of the end, and is consequently an intelligent being, or at least that it must be conceived by us as acting according to the laws of such a being. Now, supposing we follow the teleological order, there is a fundamental principle to which even the most ordinary human intelligence is obliged to give immediate assent. It is the principle that if there is to be a final end at all, which reason must assign a priori, then it can only be man, or any rational being in the world, standing under moral laws. 54. And this is the verdict of everyone. If the world only consisted of lifeless beings, or even consisted partly of living, but yet non-rational beings, the existence of such a world would have no worth whatever, because there would exist in it no being with the least conception of what worth is. On the other hand, if there were even rational beings, and if nevertheless their reason were only able to set the worth of the existence of things in the bearing which nature has upon them, that is, in their well-being, instead of being able to procure such a worth for themselves from original sources, that is, in their freedom, then there would be, it is true, relative ends in the world, but no absolute end, since the existence of rational beings of this kind. 449. 450 would still always remain devoid of an end. It is, however, a distinctive feature of the moral laws that they prescribe something for reason in the form of an end apart from any condition, and consequently in the very form that the concept of a final end requires. Therefore, the existence of a reason like this, that in the order of ends can be the supreme law to itself, in other words, the real existence of rational beings subject to moral laws, can alone be regarded as the final end of the existence of a world. But if this is not so, then either no end whatever in the cause underlies the existence of the world, or else only ends without a final end. The moral law is the formal rational condition of the employment of our freedom, and as such, of itself alone lays its obligation upon us, independently of any end as its material condition. But it also defines for us a final end, and does so a priori, and makes it obligatory upon us to strive towards its attainment. This end is the highest good in the world possible through freedom. The subjective condition under which man, and, as far as we can at all conceive, every rational finite being also, is able under the above law to set before himself a final end, is happiness. Consequently, the highest possible physical good in the world, and the one to be furthered so far as in us lies as the final end, is happiness, subject to the objective condition that the individual harmonizes with the law of morality, regarded as worthiness to be happy. But by no faculty of our reason can we represent to ourselves these two requisites for the final end proposed to us by the moral law to be connected by means of mere natural causes, and also conform to the idea of the final end in contemplation. Accordingly, if we do not bring the causality of any other means besides nature into alliance with our freedom, the concept of the practical necessity of such an end through the application of our powers does not accord with the theoretical concept of the physical possibility of its realization. Consequently, we must assume a moral world cause, that is, an author of the world, if we are to set before ourselves a final end in conformity with the requirements of the moral law. And as far as it is necessary to set such an end before us, so far, that is in the same degree and upon the same ground, it is necessary to assume an author of the world, or, in other words, that there is a God. 6. This proof, to which we may easily give the form of logical precision, does not imply that it is as necessary to assume the existence of God as it is to recognize the validity of the moral law, and that, consequently, one who is unable to convince himself of the former may deem himself absolved from the obligations imposed by the latter. No, all that must be 451 abandoned in that case is the aim of realizing the final end in the world by the pursuit of the moral law, the happiness of rational beings harmoniously associated with such pursuit as the highest good in the world. Every rational being would still have to continue to recognize himself as firmly bound by the precept of morality, for its laws are formal and command unconditionally, paying no regard to ends, as the material content of the will. But the one requirement of the final end, as prescribed by practical reason to the beings of the world, is an irresistible end planted in them by their nature as finite beings. Reason refuses to countenance this end except as subject to the moral law as inviolable condition, and would only have it made universal in accordance with this condition. Thus it makes the furtherance of happiness in agreement with morality the final end. To promote this end, so far, in respect of happiness, as lies in our power, is commanded us by the moral law, whatever the outcome of this endeavor may be. The fulfillment of duty consists in the form of the earnest will, not in the intervening causes that contribute to success. Suppose, then, that an individual, influenced partly by the weakness of all the speculative arguments that are thought so much of, and partly by the number of irregularities he finds in nature and the moral world, becomes persuaded of the proposition, there is no God. Nevertheless, in his own eyes, he would be a worthless creature if he chose on that account to regard the laws of duty as simply fanciful, invalid, and non-obligatory, and resolved boldly to transgress them. Again, let us suppose that such a man were able subsequently to convince himself of the truth of what he had at first doubted. He would still remain worthless if he held to the above way of thinking. This is so, were he even to fulfill his duty as punctiliously as could be desired, so far as actual actions are concerned, but were to do so from fear or with a view to reward, and without an inward reverence for duty. Conversely, if, as a believer in God, he observes his duty according to his conscience, uprightly and disinterestedly, yet if whenever, to try himself, he puts before himself the case of his haply being able to convince himself that there is no God, he straightway believes himself free from all moral obligation. The state of his inner moral disposition could then only be bad. 452. Let us then, as we may, take the case of a righteous man, such, say, as Spinoza, who considers himself firmly persuaded that there is no God, and, since in respect of the object of morality a similar result ensues, no future life either. How will he judge his individual intrinsic purposiveness that is derived from the moral law which he reveres in practice? He does not require that its pursuit should bring him any personal benefit either in this or any other world. On the contrary, his will is disinterestedly to establish only that good to which the holy law directs all his energies. But he is circumscribed in his endeavor. He may, it is true, expect to find a chance concurrence now and again, but he can never expect to find in nature a uniform agreement, a consistent agreement according 453 to fixed rules, answering to what his maxims are and must be subjectively, with that end which yet he feels himself obliged and urged to realize. Deceit, violence, and envy will always be rife around him, although he himself is honest, peaceable, and benevolent, and the other righteous individuals that he meets in the world, no matter how deserving they may be of happiness, will be subjected by nature, which takes no heed of such deserts, to all the evils of want, disease, and untimely death, just as are the other animals on the earth. And so it will continue to be until one yawning grave devours them all, just and unjust. There is no distinction in the grave, and hurls them back into the abyss of the aimless chaos of matter from which they were first drawn, they that were able to believe themselves the final end of creation. Thus the end which this right-minded man would have, and ought to have, in view in his pursuit of the moral law, would certainly have to be abandoned by him as impossible. But perhaps he resolves to remain faithful to the call of his inner moral vocation, and would not willingly permit the respect with which he is immediately inspired to obedience by the moral law be weakened owing to the nullity of the one ideal final end that answers to its high demand, which could not happen without doing injury to his moral disposition. If so, he must assume the existence of a moral author of the world, that is, of a God, as this assumption at least involves nothing intrinsically self-contradictory. He may quite readily make it from a practical point of view, that is to say, at least for the purpose of framing a conception of the possibility of the final end morally prescribed to him. Section 88. Limitation of the validity of the moral proof. Pure reason, regarded as a practical faculty, a capacity, that is to say, for determining the pure employment of our causality by means of ideas or pure rational concepts, not only possesses in its moral law a principle which is regulative of our actions, but by virtue of that law it furnishes at the same time an additional principle which, from a subjective point of view, is constitutive. This principle is contained in the concept of an object which reason alone is able to think, and which is meant to be realized in the world through our actions in conformity to that law. The idea of a final end in the employment of freedom in obedience to moral laws has, therefore, a reality that is subjectively practical. We are determined a priori by reason to further what is best for the world as far as this lies within our power. This consists in the union of the greatest welfare of the rational beings in the world with the supreme condition of their good, or, in other words, by the union of universal happiness with the strictest morality. Now the possibility of one of the factors of this final end, namely that of happiness, is empirically conditioned. It depends upon how nature is constituted, on whether nature harmonizes or not with this end. It is, therefore, from a theoretical point of view problematic, whereas the other factor, namely morality, in respect of which we are independent of the cooperation of nature, is a priori assured of its possibility and is dogmatically certain. Accordingly, the fact that we have a final end set before us a priori does not meet all the requirements of the objective and theoretical reality of the concept of the final end of rational beings in the world. It is further requisite that creation, that is, the world itself, should, in respect of its existence, have a final end. If we were able to prove a priori that it has such an end, this would supplement the subjective reality of the final end by a reality that is objective. For if creation has a final end at all, we cannot conceive it otherwise than as harmonizing necessarily with our moral faculty, which is what alone makes the concept of an end possible. But, now, we do find in the world what are certainly ends. In fact, physical teleology exhibits ends in such abundance that if we let reason guide our judgment, we have, after all, justification for assuming as a principle upon which to investigate nature, that there is nothing whatever in nature that has not got its end. Yet in nature itself we search in vain for its own final end. Hence, just as the idea of this final end resides only in reason, so it is only in rational beings that such an end itself can end. 454 must be sought as an objective possibility. But the practical reason of these beings does not merely assign this final end. It also determines this concept in respect of the conditions under which a final end of creation can alone be thought by us. Now the question arises, is it not possible to substantiate the objective reality of the concept of a final end in a manner that will meet the theoretical requirements of pure reason? This cannot indeed be done apodictically for determining judgment. Yet may it not be done sciently for the maxims of theoretical judgment in so far as it is reflective? This is the least that could be demanded of speculative philosophy, which undertakes to connect the ethical end with natural ends by means of the idea of a single end. Yet even this little is still far more than it can ever accomplish. Let us look at the matter from the standpoint of the principle of theoretical reflective judgment. To account for the purposive products of nature, are we not justified in assuming a supreme cause of nature, whose causality in respect of the actuality of nature, or whose act of creation, must be regarded as specifically different from that which is required for the mechanism of nature, or, in other words, as the causality of an understanding? If we are, then, on the above principle, we should say that we were also sciently justified in attributing to this original being, not merely ends prevalent throughout nature, but also a final end. This does not serve the purpose of proving the existence of such a being. Yet, at least, as was the case in the physical teleology, it is a justification scient to convince us that to make the possibility of such a world intelligible to ourselves we must not merely look to ends, but must also ascribe its existence to an underlying final end. But a final end is simply a concept of our practical reason and cannot be inferred from any data of experience for the purpose of forming a theoretical judgment of nature, nor can it be applied to the cognition of nature. The only possible use of this concept is for practical reason according to moral laws, and the final end of creation is such a constitution of the world as harmonizes with what we can only definitely specify according to laws, namely with the final end of our pure practical reason, and of this, moreover, in so far as it is intended to be practical. Now, by virtue of the moral law which enjoins this final end upon us, we have reason for assuming from a practical point of view, that is for the direction of our energies towards the realization of that end, that it is possible, or, in other words, practicable. Consequently, we are also justified in assuming a nature of things harmonizing with such a possibility, for this possibility is subject to a condition which does not lie in our power, and without the assistance of nature the realization of the final end would be impossible. Hence, we have a moral justification for supposing that where we have a world, we have also a final end of creation. 455. This does not yet bring us to the inference from moral teleology to a theology, that is, to the existence of a moral author of the world, but only to a final end of creation, which is defined in the above manner. Now must we, to account for this creation, that is, for the existence of things conformable to a final end, in the first place admit an intelligent being, and, in the second place, not merely an intelligent being, as had to be admitted to account for the possibility of such things in nature as we are compelled to judge as ends, but one that is also moral, as author of the world, and consequently a God? This admission involves a further inference, and one of such a nature that we see that it is intended for the power of judging by concepts of practical reason, and, being so, is drawn for reflective, not for determining judgment. It is true that with us morally practical reason is essentially different in its principles from technically practical reason. But, while this is so, we cannot pretend to see that the same distinction must also hold in the case of the supreme world cause. If it is assumed to be an intelligence, and that a peculiar type of causality is required on its part for the final end, different from that which is requisite simply for natural ends, or that we have, consequently, in our final end, not merely a moral ground for admitting a final end of creation as an effect, but also a moral being as the original source of creation. But it is quite competent for us to assert that the nature of our faculty of reason is such that without an author and governor of the world, who is also a moral lawgiver, we are wholly unable to render intelligible to ourselves the possibility of a purposiveness related to the moral law and its object, such as exists in this final end. The actuality of a supreme morally legislative author is, therefore, scientifically proved simply for the practical employment of our reason, without determining anything theoretically in respect of its existence. For reason has an end which is prescribed independently by its own peculiar legislation. To make this end possible, it requires an idea which removes, scientifically for reflective judgment, the obstacle which arises from our inability to carry such legislation into effect when we have a mere physical conception of the world. In that way, this idea acquires practical reality, although for speculative knowledge it fails of every means that would procure it reality from a theoretical point of view, for explaining nature or determining its supreme cause. For theoretical reflective judgment, an intelligent world cause was scientifically proved by physical teleology from the ends of nature. For practical reflective judgment, moral teleology effects the same by means of the concept of a final end, which it is obliged to ascribe to creation from a practical point of view. The objective reality of the idea of God, regarded as a moral author of the world, cannot, it is true, be substantiated by means of physical ends alone. Nevertheless, when the knowledge of those ends is associated with that of the moral. For 156 end, the maxim of pure reason which directs us to pursue unity of principles so far as we are able to do so lends considerable importance to these ends for the purpose of reinforcing the practical reality of that idea by the reality which it already possesses from a theoretical point of view for judgment. In this connection, there are 2 points which it is most necessary to note for the purpose of preventing a misunderstanding which might easily arise. In the first place, these attributes of the Supreme Being can only be thought by us on an analogy. For how are we to investigate its nature when experience can show us nothing comparable? In the second place, such attributes also only enable us to think a Supreme Being, not to cognize it or to predicate them of it in a more or less theoretical manner. For this could only be done on behalf of determining judgment, as a faculty of our reason in its speculative aspect, and for the purpose of discerning the intrinsic nature of the supreme world cause. But the only question that concerns us here is as to what concept we have, by the structure of our cognitive faculties, to form of this being, and whether we have to admit its existence on account of an end, which pure practical reason, apart from any such assumption, enjoins upon us to realize as far as in us lies, and for which we seek likewise to procure simply practical reality, that is to say, merely to be able to regard an envisaged effect as possible. It may well be that this concept is extravagant for speculative reason. The attributes also which by means. For 57 of it we ascribe to the being in question may, objectively used, involve a covert anthropomorphism. Yet the object which we have in view in employing them is not that we wish to determine the nature of that being by reference to them, a nature which is inaccessible to us, but rather that we seek to use them for determining our own selves and our will. We may name a cause after the concept which we have of its effect, though only in respect of the relation in which it stands to this effect. And we may do this without on that account seeking to define intrinsically the inherent nature of that cause by the only properties known to us of causes of that kind, which properties must be given to us by experience. We may, for instance, ascribe to the soul, among other properties, a vis locomotiva asterisk, because physical movements are actually initiated, the cause of which lies in the mind's activity of representing them. But this we do without on that account meaning to attribute to the soul the only kind of dynamical forces of which we have any knowledge, that is, those involving attraction, pressure, impact, and, consequently, motion, forces which always presuppose a being extended in space. Now, in just the same way, we have to assume something that contains the ground of the possibility and practical reality, or practicability, of a necessary moral final end. But, looking to the character of the effect expected therefrom, we may conceive this something as a wise being ruling the world according to moral laws. And, in conformity with the character of our cognitive faculties, we are obliged to conceive it as a cause of things that is distinct from nature, for the sole purpose of expressing the relation in which this being that transcends all our cognitive faculties stands to the object of our practical reason. Yet in so doing we do not mean on that account to ascribe to this being theoretically the only causality of this kind familiar to us, namely an understanding and a will. Nor indeed, even as to the causality which we think exists in this being in respect of what is for us a final end, we do not mean to differentiate it objectively, as it exists in this being itself, from the causality in respect of nature and all its purposive determinations. On the contrary, we only presume to be able to admit this distinction as one subjectively necessary for our cognitive faculty, constituted as it is, and as valid for reflective, and not for objectively determining judgment. But, once the question touches practical issues, a regulative principle of this kind, one for prudence or wisdom to follow, which directs us to act in conformity with something, as an end, the possibility of which, by the character of our cognitive faculties, can only be conceived by us in a certain manner, then becomes also constitutive. In other words, it is practically determining, whereas the very same principle regarded as one upon which to judge the objective possibility of things is in no way theoretically determining, or, in other words, does not imply that the only type of possibility which our thinking faculty recognizes may also be predicated 458 of the object of our thought. On the contrary, it is a mere regulative principle for the use of reflective judgment. Remark: this moral proof is not in any sense a newly discovered argument, but at the most only an old one in a new form. For its germ was lying in the human mind when our reason first quickened into life, and it only grew and developed with the progressive culture of that faculty. The moment human beings began to reflect upon right and wrong, at a time when they as yet cast but a heedless regard at the purposiveness of nature, and when they took advantage of it without imagining the presence of anything but nature's accustomed course, one inevitable judgment must have forced itself upon them. It could never be a matter of indifference, whether a person has acted fairly or falsely, with equity or with violence, albeit to his life's end. As far at least as human eye can see, his virtues have brought him no reward, and his transgressions no punishment. It seems as though they perceived a voice within them say that it must make a difference. So there must also have been a lurking notion, however obscure, of something after which they felt themselves bound to strive, and with which such a result, for 159, would be wholly discordant, or with which, once they regarded the course of the world as the sole order of things, they would then be unable to reconcile that inner vocation of their minds. Now crude as are the various notions they might form of the way in which such an irregularity could be put straight, and it is one that must be far more revolting to the human mind than the blind chance, which some have sought to make the underlying principle of their judgment of nature. There is only one principle upon which they could even conceive it possible for nature to harmonize with the moral law within them. It is that of a supreme cause ruling the world according to moral laws, for a final end within, that is set before them as a duty, and a nature without, that has no final end, though in it the former end is to be actualized, are in open contradiction. I admit they might hatch many absurdities concerning the inner nature of that world cause. But that relation to the moral order in the government of the world always remained the same as is universally comprehensible to the most untutored reason, so far as it treats itself as practical, though speculative reason is far from being able to keep pace with it. Further, in all probability, it was this moral interest that first aroused attentiveness to beauty and the ends of nature. This would be admirably calculated to strengthen the above idea, though it could not supply its foundation. Still less could it dispense with the moral interest, for it is only in relation to the final end that the very study of the ends of nature acquires that immediate interest displayed to so great an extent in the admiration bestowed upon nature without regard to any ensuing advantage. Section 89. The use of the moral argument. The fact that, in respect of all our ideas of the supersensible, reason is restricted to the conditions of its practical employment, is of obvious use in connection with the idea of God. It prevents theology from losing itself in the clouds of theosophy, i.e. in transcendent conceptions that confuse reason, or from sinking into the depths of demonology, i.e. an anthropomorphic mode of representing the supreme being. Also, it keeps religion from falling into theurgy, which is a fanatical delusion that a feeling can be communicated to us from other supersensible beings, and that we in turn can exert an influence on them, or into idolatry, which is a superstitious delusion that one can make oneself acceptable to the supreme being by any other means than that of a moral disposition. 7. For if the vanity or presumption of those who would argue about what lies beyond the sensible world is allowed to determine even the smallest point theoretically, and so as to extend our knowledge, if any boast is permitted of shedding light upon the existence and constitution of the divine nature, its intelligence and will, and the laws of both these and the 460 attributes which issue therefrom and influence the world, then I should like to know at what precise point the line is going to be drawn for these pretensions of reason. From whatever source such light is derived, still more may be expected, if, as the idea is, we only rack our brains. Yet it is only on some principle that bounds can be set to such claims. It is not enough simply to appeal to our experience of the fact that all attempts of the sort have so far miscarried, for that is no disproof of the possibility of a better result. But the only principle possible in this case is either that of admitting that in respect of the supersensible absolutely nothing can be determined theoretically, unless solely by way of bare negation, or that of supposing the existence in our reason of an as yet untapped mind of who knows how vast and enlightening information reserved for us and our posterity. But the result, so far as concerns religion, that is, morality in relation to God as lawgiver, would be that morality, supposing that the theoretical knowledge of God has to take the lead, must then conform to theology. Thus, not only will an extrinsic and arbitrary legislation on the part of a supreme being have to be introduced in place of an imminent and necessary legislation of reason, but, even in such legislation, all the defects of our insight into the divine nature must spread to the ethical code, and religion in this way be divorced from morality and perverted. What now of the hope of a future life? It is open to us to look to the final end which, in obedience to the injunction of the moral law, we have ourselves to fulfill, and to adopt it as a guiding thread for the verdict of reason concerning our vocation, a verdict which is therefore only regarded as necessary or worthy of acceptance from a practical point of view. But if, instead of so doing, we consult our faculty of theoretical knowledge, then the same lot befalls psychology in this connection as befell theology in the case above. It supplies no more than a negative conception of our thinking being. It tells us that not one of the operations of the mind or manifestations of inner sense can be explained on materialistic lines. That, accordingly, no illuminating or determining judgment as to the separate nature of what thinks, or of the continuance or discontinuance of its personality after death, can possibly be made on speculative grounds by any exercise of our faculty of theoretical knowledge. Thus, everything is here left to the teleological judging of our existence from a point of view that is necessary in the practical sphere, and to the assumption of the continuance of our existence, as a condition required by the final end that is absolutely imposed upon us by reason. Hence in our negative result we see at once a gain that at first sight no doubt appears a loss. For just as theology can never become theosophy, so rational psychology can never become pneumatology as a science that extends our knowledge, nor yet, on the other hand, be in danger of lapsing. 461 into any sort of materialism. On the contrary, we see that it is really a mere anthropology of the inner sense, a knowledge, that is to say, of our thinking self as alive, and that, in the form of a theoretical cognition, it also remains merely empirical. But, as concerned with the problem of our eternal existence, rational psychology is not a theoretical science at all. It rests upon a single inference of moral teleology, just as the entire necessity of its employment arises out of moral teleology and our practical vocation. Section 90. The type of assurance in a teleological proof of the existence of God. Whether a proof is derived from immediate empirical presentation of what is to be proved, as in the case of proof by observation of the object or by experiment, or whether it is derived a priori by reason from principles, what is primarily required of it is that it should not persuade, but convince, or at least tend to convince. The argument or inference, in other words, should not be simply a subjective or aesthetic ground of assent, a mere semblance, but should be objectively valid and a logical source of knowledge. If it is not this, intelligence is taken in, not won over. An illusory proof of the type in question is brought forward in natural theology, maybe with the best of intentions, but nevertheless with a deliberate concealment of its weakness. The whole host of arguments for an origin of the things of nature according to the principle of ends is marshaled before us, and capital is made out of the purely subjective ground of human reason. The latter is inclined, by its very character, wherever it can do so without contradiction, to think one single principle in place of several. Also, where this principle only provides one, or, it may be, a large proportion, of the terms necessary for defining a concept, it supplements this or these by adding the others, so as to complete the concept of the thing by an arbitrary extension. For naturally, when we find such a number of products of nature pointing us to an intelligent cause, should we not suppose one single such cause in preference to supposing a plurality of them? And why, then, stop at great intelligence, might, and so forth, in this cause, and not rather endow it with omniscience and omnipotence, and, in a word, regard it as one that contains an ample source of such attributes for all possible things? And why not go on and ascribe to this single all-powerful primordial being, not merely the intelligence necessary for the laws and products of nature, but also the supreme ethical and practical reason that belongs to a moral world cause? For by this completion of the concept we are supplied with a principle that meets the joint requirements alike of insight into nature and moral wisdom, and no objection of the least substance can be brought against the possibility of such an idea. If now, in the course of this argument, the moral springs that stir the mind are touched, and, for 62, a lively interest imparted to them with all the force of rhetoric, of which they are quite worthy, a persuasion arises of the objective sciency of the proof, and, in most cases where it is used, an even beneficent illusion that disdains any examination of its logical accuracy, and in fact abhors and sets its face against logical criticism, as if it sprang from some impious misgiving. Now there is really nothing to say against all this, so long as we only take popular expediency into consideration. But we cannot and should not be deterred from the analysis of the proof into the two heterogeneous elements which this argument involves, namely into so much as pertains to physical, and so much as pertains to moral teleology. For the fusing of both elements prevents our recognizing where the real nerve of the proof lies, or in what part or in what way it must be reshaped, so that its validity may be able to be upheld under the most searching examination. even though on some points we should be compelled to confess that reason sees but a short way. Hence, the philosopher finds it his duty, supposing that he were even to pay no regard to what he owes to sincerity, to expose the illusion, however wholesome, which such a confusion can produce. He must segregate what is mere matter of persuasion from what leads to conviction, two modes of assent that differ not merely in degree but in kind, so as to be able to present openly in all its clearness the attitude which the mind adopts in this proof, and to subject it frankly to the most rigorous test. Now a proof which is directed towards conviction may be of one or other of two kinds. It may be intended to decide what the object is in itself, or else what it is for us, that is, for man in the abstract, according to the rational principles on which it is necessarily judged by us. It may, in other words, be a proof or one asterisk, taking the latter word in the broad sense of man in the abstract. In the first case, it is grounded on principles adequate for determining judgment. In the second, on such as are adequate merely for reflective judgment. Where, in the latter case, a proof rests simply on theoretical principles, it can never tend towards conviction. But if it is grounded on a practical principle of reason, one which, consequently, is universal and necessary, it may well lay claim to a conviction that is sui scient from a practical point of view, that is, to a moral conviction. But a proof tends towards conviction, though without producing conviction, if it merely puts us on the road to conviction. This it does where it only involves objective sources of conviction which, while as yet insouciant to produce certitude, are nevertheless of such a kind that they are not subjective grounds of judgment, which, as such, serve merely for persuasion. 463. Now all arguments that establish a theoretical proof are sui scient either 1. For proof by logically rigorous syllogistic inferences, or, where this is not the case, 2. For inference by analogy, or, should even such inference be absent, still 3. For probable opinion, or, finally, for what is least of all, 4. The assumption of a merely possible source of explanation as an hypothesis. Now I assert that all arguments without exception that tend towards theoretical conviction are powerless to produce any assurance of the above type, from its highest degree to its lowest, where the proposition that is to be proved is the existence of an original being, regarded as a god in the sense appropriate to the complete content of this concept, that is to say, regarded as a moral author of the world, and, consequently, in such a way that the final end of creation is at once derived from him. The Critique has abundantly shown how the matter stands as regards proof in strict logical form, advancing, that is, from universal to particular. No intuition corresponding to the concept of a being which has to be sought beyond nature is possible for us. So far, therefore, as that concept has to be determined theoretically by synthetic predicates, it always remains for us a problematical concept. Hence, there exists absolutely no cognition of such a being that would in the smallest degree enlarge the reach of our theoretical knowledge. The particular conception of a supersensible being cannot possibly be subsumed in any way under the universal principles of the nature of things, so as to allow of its being determined by inference from those principles, for they are solely valid for nature as an object of the senses. 464. In the case of two dissimilar things we may admittedly form some concept of one of them by an analogy which it bears to the other, and do so even on the point on which they are dissimilar. But from that in which they are dissimilar we cannot draw any inference from one to the other on the strength 465 of the analogy. That is, we cannot transfer the mark of the specific difference to the second. Thus, on the analogy of the law of the equality of action and reaction in the mutual attraction and repulsion of bodies, I am able to picture to my mind the social relations of the members of a commonwealth regulated by civil laws. But I cannot transfer to these relations the former specific determinations, that is, physical attraction and repulsion, and ascribe them to the citizens, so as to constitute a system called a state. In the same way, the causality of the original being may, in its relation to the things of the world, regarded as natural ends, quite properly be conceived on the analogy of an intelligence, regarded as the source of the forms of certain products that we call works of art. For this is only done in the interests of the theoretical or practical use which our cognitive faculty has to make of this concept when dealing with the things in the world. But from the fact that with the beings of the world intelligence must be ascribed to the cause of an effect that is considered artificial, we are wholly unable to infer by analogy that, in relation to nature, the very same causality that we perceive in man belongs also to the being which is entirely distinct from nature. The reason is that this touches the precise point of dissimilarity between a cause that is sensuously conditioned in respect of its effects and a supersensible original being. This dissimilarity is implied in the very concept of such a supersensible being, and the distinguishing feature cannot therefore be transferred to it. In this very fact, that I am required to conceive the causality of the deity only on the analogy of an understanding, a faculty which is not known to us in any other being besides man, subjected, as he is, to the conditions of sensibility, lies the prohibition that forbids me to ascribe to God an understanding in the proper sense of the word. 9. There is no room for opinion in a priori judgments. Such judgments, on the contrary, enable us to cognize something as quite certain, or else give us no cognition at all. But even where the given premises from which we start are empirical, as are the natural ends in the present case, yet they cannot help us to form any opinion that extends beyond the sensible world, and to such rash judgments we cannot accord the least claim to probability. For probability is a fraction of a possible certainty distributed over a particular series of grounds, the grounds of the possibility within the series being compared with the insouciant ground of certainty, as a part is compared with a whole. Here the insouciant ground must be capable of being increased to the point of insouciancy. But these grounds, for 66 being the determining grounds of the certainty of one and the same judgment, must be of the same order. For unless they are, they would not, when taken together, form a quantum, such as certainty is. Thus one component part cannot lie within the bounds of possible experience, and another lie beyond all possible experience. Consequently, since premises that are simply empirical do not lead to anything supersensible, nothing can supplement the imperfection of such an empirical series. Not the smallest approximation, therefore, occurs in the attempt to reach the supersensible or a knowledge of it from such premises, and consequently no probability enters into a judgment about the supersensible when it rests on arguments drawn from experience. If anything is intended to serve as an hypothesis for explaining the possibility of a given phenomenon, then at least the possibility of that thing must be perfectly certain. We give away enough when, in the case of an hypothesis, we waive the knowledge of actual existence, which is a remed in an opinion put forward as probable, and more than this we cannot surrender. At least the possibility of what we make the basis of an explanation must be open to no doubt. Otherwise there would be no end to empty fictions of the brain. But it would be taking things for granted without anything whatever to go upon, if we were to assume the possibility of a supersensible being defined according to positive concepts, for no one of the conditions requisite for cognition, so far as concerns the element dependent on intuition, is given. Hence, all that is left as the criterion of this possibility is the principle of contradiction, which can only prove the possibility of the thought and not of the object which is thereby thought. The net result is that for the existence of the original being, regarded as a deity, or of the soul, regarded as an immortal spirit, it is absolutely impossible for human reason to obtain any proof from a theoretical point of view, so as to produce the smallest degree of assurance. And there is a perfectly intelligible reason for this, since we have no available material for defining the idea of the supersensible, seeing that we should have to draw that material from things in the world of the senses, and then its character would make it utterly inappropriate to the supersensible. In the absence, Therefore, of all determination, we are left merely with the conception of a nonsensible something containing the ultimate ground of the sensible world. This constitutes no cognition of its intrinsic nature, such as would extend our concept of this ground. Section 91. The type of assurance produced by a practical faith. 467. If we look merely to the manner in which something can be an object of knowledge, residential cognoscibilis, for us, that is, having regard to the subjective nature of our powers of representation, we do not in that case compare our concepts with the objects, but merely with our faculties of cognition and the use that they are able to make of the given representation from a theoretical or practical point of view. So the question whether something is a cognizable entity or not is a question which touches not the possibility of the things themselves, but the possibility of our knowledge of them. Things which can be known are of three kinds: matters of opinion, opinable, matters of fact, scibile, and matters of faith, mere credible. The objects of mere ideas of reason, being wholly incapable of presentation, on behalf of theoretical knowledge, in any possible experience whatever, are to that extent also things altogether unknowable, and, consequently, we cannot even form an opinion about them. For to form an opinion a priori is absurd on the face of it, and the straight road to pure figments of the brain. Either our a priori proposition is certain, therefore, or it involves no element of assurance at all. Hence, matters of opinion are always objects of an empirical knowledge that is at least intrinsically possible. They are, in other words, objects belonging to the sensible world, but objects of which an empirical knowledge is impossible for us because the degree of empirical knowledge we possess is as it is. Thus the ether of our modern physicists, an elastic fluid interpenetrating all other substances and completely permeating them, is a mere 468 matter of opinion, yet it is in all respects of such a kind that it could be perceived if our external senses were sharpened to the highest degree, but its presentation can never be the subject of any observation or experiment. To assume rational inhabitants of other planets is a matter of opinion, for if we could get nearer the planets, which is intrinsically possible, experience would decide whether such inhabitants are there or not. But as we never shall get so near to them, the matter remains one of opinion. But to entertain an opinion that there exist in the material universe pure unembodied thinking spirits is mere romancing, supposing, I mean, that we dismiss from our notice, as well we may, certain phenomena that have been passed off for such. Such a notion is not a matter of opinion at all, but an idea pure and simple. It is what remains when we abstract from a thinking being all that is material, and yet leave it in possession of its thought. But whether, when we have taken away everything else, the thought, which we only know in man, that is in connection with a body, would still remain, is a matter we are unable to decide. A thing like this is a sophistical entity, ens rationis ratiocinantis, not an entity of reason, ens rationis ratiocinati. With the latter, it is any way possible to substantiate the objective reality of its concept, at least in a manner sui scient for the practical employment of reason, for this employment, which has its peculiar and apodictically certain a priori principles, in fact demands and postulates that concept. The objects that answer to concepts whose objective reality can be proved are matters of fact 10, residential facti. Such proof may be afforded by pure reason or by experience, and in the former case may derive from theoretical or practical data of reason, but in all cases it must be effected by means of an intuition corresponding to the relevant concepts. Examples of matters of fact are the mathematical properties of geometrical magnitudes, for they admit of a priori presentation for the theoretical employment of reason. Further, things or qualities of things that are capable of being verified by experience, whether it be one's own personal experience or that of others, supported by evidence, are in the same way matters of fact. But there is this notable point, that one idea of reason, strange to say, is to be found among the matters of fact, an idea which does not of itself admit of any presentation in intuition or, consequently, of any theoretical proof of its possibility. The idea in question is that of freedom. Its reality is the reality of a particular kind of causality, the concept of which would be transcendent if considered theoretically, and as a causality of that kind it admits of verification by means of practical laws of pure reason and in the actual actions that take place in obedience to them, and, consequently, in experience. It is the only one of all the ideas of pure reason whose object is a matter of fact and must be included among the Sibylla. Objects that must be thought a priori, either as consequences or as grounds, if pure practical reason is to be used as duty commands, but which are transcendent for the theoretical use of reason, are mere matters of faith. Such is the highest good which has to be realized in the world through freedom, a concept whose objective reality cannot be proved in any experience possible for us, or, consequently, so as to satisfy the requirements of the theoretical employment of reason, while at the same time we are enjoined to use it for the purpose of realizing that end through pure practical reason in the best way possible, and accordingly, its possibility must be assumed. This effect which is commanded, together with the only conditions on which its possibility is conceivable by us, namely the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, are matters of faith, residential fidei, and, moreover, are of all objects the only ones that can be so called. 11 For although we have to believe what we can only learn by testimony from the experience of others, yet that does not make what is so believed in itself a matter of faith, for with one of those witnesses it was personal, experience and matter of fact, or is assumed to have been so. In addition, it must be possible to arrive at knowledge by this path, the path of historical belief, and the objects of history and geography, as, in general, everything that the nature of our cognitive faculties makes at least a possible subject of knowledge, are to be classed among matters of fact, not matters of faith. It is only 469. 470 objects of pure reason that can be matters of faith at all, and even they must then not be regarded as objects simply of pure speculative reason, for this does not enable them to be reckoned with any certainty whatever among matters or objects of that knowledge which is possible for us. They are ideas, that is, concepts, whose objective reality cannot be guaranteed theoretically. On the other hand, the supreme final end to be realized by us, which is all that can make us worthy of being ourselves the final end of a creation, is an idea that has objective reality for us in practical matters, and is a matter in this sense. But since we cannot procure objective reality for this concept from a theoretical point of view, it is a mere matter of faith on the part of pure reason, as are also God and immortality, the latter being the sole conditions under which, owing to the character of our human reason, we are able to conceive the possibility of that effect of the use of our freedom according to law. But assurance in matters of faith is an assurance from a purely practical point of view. It is a moral faith that proves nothing for pure rational knowledge as theoretical, but only for it as practical and directed to the fulfillment of its obligations. It in no way extends either speculation or the practical rules of prudence based upon the principle of self-love. If the supreme principle of all moral laws is a postulate, this involves the possibility of its supreme object, and, consequently, the condition under which we are able to conceive such possibility being also postulated. This does not make the cognition of the latter any knowledge or any opinion of the existence or nature of these conditions, as a mode of theoretical knowledge, but a mere assumption, confined to practical matters and commanded in practical interests, on behalf of the moral use of our reason. If we were able with any plausibility to make the ends of nature which physical teleology sets before us in such abundance the basis of a determinate concept of an intelligent world cause, the existence of this being would not even then be a matter of faith. For as it would not be assumed on behalf of the performance of our duty, but only for the purpose of explaining nature, It would simply be the opinion and hypothesis best suited to our reason. Now, the teleology in question does not lead in any way to a determinate concept of God. On the contrary, such a concept can only be found in that of a moral author of the world, because this alone furnishes the final end to which we can assign our. Hence, it is only by relation to the object of our duty, as the condition which makes its final end possible, that the concept of God acquires the privilege of figuring in our assurance as a matter of faith. On the other hand, this very same concept cannot make its object valid as a matter of fact, for although the necessity of duty is quite plain for practical reason, yet the 471 attainment of its final end, so far as it does not lie entirely in our own hands, is merely assumed in the interests of the practical employment of reason, and, therefore, is not practically necessary in the way duty itself is. Point 12. Faith as habitus, not as actus. Asterisk is the moral attitude of reason in its assurance of the truth of what is beyond the reach of theoretical knowledge. It is the steadfast principle of the mind, therefore, according to which the truth of what must necessarily be presupposed as the condition of the supreme final end being possible is assumed as true in consideration of the fact that we are under an obligation to pursue that end 13. And assume notwithstanding that we have no insight into its possibility, though likewise none into its impossibility. Faith, in the plain acceptation of the term, is a confidence of attaining a purpose the furthering of which is a duty, but whose achievement is a thing of which we are unable to perceive the possibility, or, consequently, the possibility of what we can alone conceive to be its conditions. Thus, the faith that has reference to particular objects is entirely a matter of morality, provided such objects are not objects of possible knowledge or opinion, in which latter case, and above all in matters of history, it must be called credulity and not faith. It is a free assurance, not of any matter for which dogmatic proofs can be found for theoretical determination. 472. 473. The interests of a purpose which we set before ourselves in accordance with laws of freedom. But this does not mean that it is adopted like an opinion formed on inadequate grounds. On the contrary, it is something that is grounded in reason, though only in relation to its practical employment, and adequately so in this regard. For without it, when the moral attitude comes into collision with theoretical reason and fails to satisfy its demand for a proof of the possibility of the object of morality, it forfeits all its stability and wavers between practical commands and theoretical doubts. To be incredulous is to adhere to the maxim of placing no reliance on testimony, but a person is unbelieving who denies all validity to the above ideas of reason because their reality has no theoretical foundation. Hence, such a person judges dogmatically. But a dogmatic unbelief cannot stand side by side with a moral maxim governing the attitude of the mind, for reason cannot command one to pursue an end that is recognized to be nothing but a fiction of the brain. But the case is different with a doubtful faith. For with such a faith, the want of conviction from grounds of speculative reason is only an obstacle, one which a critical insight into the limits of this faculty can deprive of any influence upon conduct, and for which it can make amends by a paramount practical assurance. If we desire to replace certain mistaken efforts in philosophy, and to introduce a different principle and gain influence for it, it gives great satisfaction to see just how and why such attempts were bound to miscarry. God, freedom, and the immortality of the soul are the problems to whose solution, as their ultimate and unique goal, all the laborious preparations of metaphysics are directed. Now it was believed that the doctrine of freedom was only necessary as a negative condition for practical philosophy, whereas that of God and the nature of the soul, being part of theoretical philosophy, had to be proved independently and separately. Then each of those two concepts was subsequently to be united with what is commanded by the moral law, which is only possible on terms of freedom, and a religion was to be arrived at in this way. But we perceive at once that such attempts were bound to miscarry. For from simple ontological concepts of things in the abstract, or of the existence of a necessary being, we can form absolutely no concept of an original being determined by predicates which admit of being given in experience and which are therefore available for cognition. But should the concept be founded on experience of the physical purposiveness of nature, it could then in turn supply no proof adequate for morality or, consequently, the cognition of a God. Just as little could knowledge of the soul drawn from experience, which we can only obtain in this life, furnish a concept of its spiritual and immortal nature, or, consequently, one that would satisfy morality. Theology and pneumatology. 474 regarded as problems framed in the interests of sciences pursued by a speculative reason, lie in their very implication beyond all our faculties of knowledge, and cannot, therefore, be established by means of any empirical data or predicates. These two concepts, both that of God and that of the soul, in respect of its immortality, can only be defined by means of predicates which, although they themselves derive their possibility entirely from a supersensible source, must, for all that, prove their reality in experience, for this is the only way in which they can make possible a cognition of a wholly supersensible being. Now the only concept of this kind to be found in human reason is that of the freedom of man subject to moral laws, and, in conjunction therewith, to the final end which freedom prescribes by means of these laws. These laws and this final end enable us to ascribe, the former to the author of nature, the latter to man, the properties which contain the necessary conditions of the possibility of both. Thus it is from this idea that an inference can be drawn to the existence and the nature of both God and the soul, beings that otherwise would be entirely hidden from us. Hence, the source of the failure of the attempt to attain to a proof of God and immortality by the merely theoretical route lies in the fact that no knowledge of the supersensible is possible if the path of natural concepts is followed. The reason why the proof succeeds, on the other hand, when the path of morals, that is, of the concept of freedom, is followed, is because from the supersensible, which in morals is fundamental, i.e. as freedom, there arises a definite law of causality. By means of this law, the supersensible here not only provides material for the knowledge of the other supersensible, that is of the moral final end and the conditions of its practicability, but it also reveals its own reality, as a matter of fact, in actions. For that very reason, however, it is unable to afford any valid argument other than from a practical point of view, which is also the only one needful for religion. There is something very remarkable in the way this whole matter stands. Of the three ideas of pure reason, God, freedom, and immortality, that of freedom is the one and only concept of the supersensible which, owing to the causality implied in it, proves its objective reality in nature by its possible effect there. By this means it makes possible the connection of the two other ideas with nature and the connection of all three to form a religion. We are thus ourselves possessed of a principle which is capable of determining the idea of the supersensible within us, and, in that way, also of the supersensible without us, so as to constitute knowledge, a knowledge, however, which is only possible from a practical point of view. This is something of which mere speculative philosophy, which can only give a simply negative concept even of freedom, must despair. Consequently, the concept of freedom, as the fundamental concept behind all unconditionally practical laws, can extend reason beyond the bounds to which every theoretical concept of nature must remain hopelessly restricted. General remark on teleology, 475. If we ask how the moral argument, which only proves the existence of God as a matter of faith for practical pure reason, ranks with the other arguments in philosophy, the value of the entire stock of the latter may be readily judged. It turns out that we are left with no choice here, but that philosophy in its theoretical capacity must of its own accord resign all its claims in the face of an impartial critique. Or physical, that is a posteriori and of necessity only conceivable by means of determinate experience. Hence, The metaphysical concept of nature, which does not presuppose any determinate experience, is ontological. Now, the ontological proof of the existence of God drawn from the concept of an original being may take one or other of two paths. It may start from the ontological predicates which alone enable that being to be completely defined in thought, and thence infer its absolutely necessary existence. Or it may start from the absolute necessity of the existence of something or other, whatever it may be, and thence infer the predicates of the original being. For an original being implies an accordance with its very concept. If such a being is not derived from anything else, the unconditional necessity of its own existence, and, if this necessity may be formulated to the mind, its determination in and through the concept itself. Now these two requirements were both supposed to be found in the concept of the ontological idea of an ens realissimum or superlatively real being. Thus there arose two metaphysical arguments. The proof which is based on the purely metaphysical concept of nature, the strictly ontological proof, as it is called, started from the concept of the superlatively real being and thence inferred its absolutely necessary existence, the argument. 476 being that unless it existed it would lack one reality, namely, existence. The other, which is also called the metaphysico, cosmological proof, started from the necessity of the existence of something or other, and as much as that I must certainly concede, since an existence is given to me in my own self-consciousness, and thence inferred its complete determination as the superlatively real being. For, as was argued, while all that has existence is determined in all respects, what is absolutely necessary, that is, what we have to cognize as such, and, consequently, cognize a priori, must be completely determined through its concept. But such thorough determination can only be found in the concept of a superlatively real thing. The sophistries in both these inferences need not be exposed here, as that has already been done in another place. All I need now say is that, let such proofs be defended with all the forms of dialectical subtlety you please, yet they will never reach out beyond the schools and enter into everyday life, or be able to exert the slightest influence on ordinary healthy intelligence. The proof which is founded on a concept of nature, which, while it can only be empirical, is yet intended to lead beyond the bounds of nature as the sum of sensible objects, can only be the proof derived from the ends of nature. Though the concept of these ends, no doubt, cannot be given a priori, but only through experience, this proof promises such a concept of the original ground of nature as alone, of all those that we can conceive, is appropriate to the supersensible, the concept, namely, of a supreme intelligence as cause of the world. And in point of fact, so far as principles of reflective judgment go, that is to say, in respect of our human faculty of cognition, it is as good as its word. But, now, is this proof in a position to give us that concept of a supreme or independent, intelligent being, when further understood as that of a God, that is an author of a world subject to moral laws, and so as, therefore, to be sufficiently definite for the idea of a final end of the existence of the world? That is the question on which everything turns. Whether we are looking for a theoretically adequate concept of the original being on behalf of our knowledge of nature as a whole, or for a practical concept for religion. This argument, drawn from physical teleology, is deserving of all respect. It appeals to the intelligence of the ordinary person with the same convincing force as it does to the most subtle thinker, and Ariamaris won undying honor for himself by elaborating this line of thought, which he did with his characteristic profundity and clearness in that work of his which has not yet been excelled. But what is the source of the powerful influence which this proof exerts upon the mind, and exerts especially on a calm and perfectly voluntary assent arising from the cool judgment of reason, for emotion and 477 exaltation of the mind produced by the wonders of nature may be put down to persuasion? Is it physical ends, which all point to an inscrutable intelligence in the world cause? No, they would be an inadequate source, as they do not satisfy the needs of reason or an inquiring mind. For reason asks, for what end do all those things of nature exist which exhibit a kind of art? And for what end does man himself exist? Man with whose consideration we are inevitably brought to a halt, he being the ultimate end of nature, so far as we can conceive. Why does this universal nature exist, and what is the final end of all its wealth and variety of art? To suggest that it was made for enjoyment, or to be gazed at, contemplated, and admired, which if the matter ends there, amounts to no more than enjoyment of a particular kind, as though enjoyment was the ultimate and final end of the presence here of the world and of man himself, cannot satisfy reason. For a personal worth, which man can only give to himself, is presupposed by reason, as the sole condition upon which he and his existence can be a final end. In the absence of this personal worth, which alone yields a definite concept, the ends of nature do not dispose of the question. In particular, they cannot offer any definite concept of the Supreme Being as an all-sufficient, and for that reason one, and, in the strict sense of the term, supreme, being, or of the laws according to which its intelligence is cause of the world. That the physico-teleological proof produces conviction just as if it were also a theological proof is, therefore, not due to the use of ideas of the ends of nature as furnishing so much empirical evidence of a supreme intelligence. On the contrary, it is the moral evidence, which dwells in every human being and touches him so deeply, that insinuates itself into our reasoning. One does not stop at the being that manifests itself with such incomprehensible art in the ends of nature, but one goes on to ascribe to it a final end, and, consequently, wisdom, although the perception of such natural ends does not entitle one to do this. Thus the above argument is arbitrarily supplemented in respect of its inherent defect. It is, therefore, really the moral proof that alone produces the conviction, and even this only does so from the point of view of moral considerations to which everyone so inwardly assents. The sole merit of the physico-teleological proof is that it leads the mind in its contemplation of the world to take the path of ends, and guides it in this way to an intelligent author of the world. At this point, then, the moral relation to ends and the idea of a like lawgiver and author of the world, in the form of a theological concept, though in truth purely an extraneous addition, seems to grow quite naturally out of the physico-teleological evidence. Here we may let the matter rest at the popular statement of the case. For where ordinary sound understanding confuses two distinct principles, and draws its correct conclusion in point of, for 178 fact only from one of them, it generally finds it decult, if their separation calls for much reflection, to dissociate one from the other as heterogeneous principles. But, besides, the moral argument for the existence of God does not, strictly speaking, merely as it were supplement the physico-teleological so as to make it a complete proof. Rather is it a distinct proof which compensates for the failure of the latter to produce conviction. For the physico-teleological argument cannot in fact do anything more than direct reason in its judging of the source of nature and its contingent but admirable order, which is only known to us through experience, and draw our attention to a cause that acts according to ends, and is as such the source of nature, a cause which through the character of our cognitive faculty we must conceive as intelligent, and in this way make us more susceptible to the influence of the moral proof. For what the latter concept needs is so essentially different from anything that is to be found in or taught by concepts of nature that it requires a special premise and proof entirely independent of the foregoing if the concept of the original being is to be specified succinctly for theology and its existence is to be inferred, the moral proof, which of course only proves the existence of God when we take the practical, though also indispensable, side of reason into account, would, therefore, continue to retain its full force were we to meet with no material at all in the world, or only ambiguous material, for physical teleology. We can imagine rational beings finding 479 themselves in the midst of a nature such as to show no clear trace of organization, but only the effects of a mere mechanism of crude matter, so that, looking to them, and to the variability of some merely contingently purposive forms and relations, there would appear to be no reason for inferring an intelligent author. In this nature there would then be nothing to suggest a physical teleology. And yet reason, while receiving no instruction here from concepts of nature, would find in the concept of freedom and the ethical ideas grounded upon it, a ground, sui scient for practice, for postulating the concept of the original being appropriate to those ideas, that is, as a deity and nature, including even our own existence, as a final end answering to freedom and its laws, and for doing so in consideration of the indispensable command of practical reason. However, the fact that in the actual world abundant material for physical teleology exists to satisfy the rational beings in it, a fact not antecedently necessary, serves as a desirable confirmation of the moral argument, so far as nature can adduce anything analogous to the ideas of reason, moral ideas in this case. For the concept of a supreme cause that possesses intelligence, a concept that is far from sui scient for a theology, acquires by that means such reality as is sui scient for reflective judgment. But this concept is not required as a foundation of the moral proof, nor can the latter proof be used for completing the former, which of itself does not point to morality at all, and making it one entire proof by continuing the train of reasoning on the same fundamental lines. Two such heterogeneous principles as nature and freedom cannot but yield two different lines of proof, while the attempt to derive the proof in question from nature will be found inadequate for what is meant to be proved. If the premises of the physico-teleological argument could really sustain the proof sought, the result would be very gratifying to speculative reason, for they would afford hope of producing a theosophy, that being the name one would have to give to a theoretical knowledge of the divine nature and its existence sui scient for explaining both the constitution of the world and the distinctive scope of moral laws. Similarly, if psychology were sui scient to enable us to attain to a knowledge of the immortality of the soul, it would open the door to a pneumatology which would be equally acceptable to reason. But, however much it might flatter the vanity of an idle curiosity, neither of the two fulfills the desire of reason in respect of theory, which would have to be based on a knowledge of the nature of things. But whether they do not better fulfill their ultimate objective purpose, the first in the form of theology, the second in the form of anthropology, when both are grounded on the moral principle, namely that of freedom, and adapted, therefore, to the practical employment of reason, is a different question, and one which we have here no need to pursue further. 480. But the reason why the physico-teleological argument does not furnish what theology requires is that it does not, and cannot, yield any concept of the original being that is sui sciently determinate for that purpose. Such a concept has to be derived entirely from a different quarter, or, at least, you must look elsewhere to supplement the defects of the concept by what is an arbitrary addition. You infer an intelligent world cause from the great purposiveness of natural forms and their relations. But what is the degree of this intelligence? Beyond doubt, you cannot assume that it is the highest possible intelligence, for to do so you would have to see that a greater intelligence than that of which you perceive any evidence in the world is inconceivable, which means attributing omniscience to yourself. Asterisk in the same way you infer from the greatness of the world a very great might on the part of its author. But you will acknowledge that this has only comparative significance for your power of comprehension, and that, since you do not know all that is possible, so as to compare it with the magnitude of the world, so far as known to you, you cannot infer the omnipotence of its author from so small a standard, and so forth. Now this does not bring you to any determinate concept of an original being suitable for a theology, for that concept can only be found in the thought of the totality of the perfections associated with an intelligence, and for this merely empirical data can give you no assistance whatever. But apart from a determinate concept of this kind, you can draw no inference to a single intelligent original being. Whatever your purpose, you can only suppose one. Now, certainly, one may quite readily give you the liberty of making an arbitrary addition, since reason raises no valid objection, and saying that where one meets with so much perfection, one may well suppose all perfection to be united in a unique world cause, because reason can turn such a definite principle to better account, both theoretically and practically. But then you cannot cry up this concept of the original being as one which you have proved, since you have only assumed it in the interests of a better employment of reason. Hence all lament or impotent rage on account of the supposed enormity of casting a doubt on the conclusiveness of your chain of reasoning is idle bluster. For it would very much like us to believe that the doubt that is freely expressed as to the validity of your argument is a questioning of sacred truth, so that under this cover its weakness may pass unnoticed. On the other hand, moral teleology, whose foundations are no less firm than those of physical teleology, and which in fact should be regarded as in a better position, seeing that it rests a priori on principles that are inseparable from our reason, leads to what the possibility of a theology requires, namely to a definite concept of the supreme cause as one that is the cause of the world in its accordance with moral laws, and, consequently, of such a cause as satisfies our moral final end. 481. Now that is a cause that requires nothing less than omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, and so forth, as the natural attributes characterizing its operation. These attributes must be thought as connected to the moral final end, which is infinite, and accordingly is adequate to that end. Thus, moral teleology alone can furnish the concept of a unique author of the world suitable for a theology. In this way, theology also leads directly to religion, that is, the recognition of our duties as divine commands, for it is only the recognition of our duty and of its content, the final end enjoined upon us by reason, that was able to produce a determinate concept of God. This concept is, therefore, from its origin indissolubly connected with a sense of obligation to that being. On the other hand, even supposing that by pursuing the theoretical path one could arrive at a determinate concept of the original being, namely, as simple cause of nature, one would afterwards encounter considerable difficulty in finding valid proofs for ascribing to this being a causality in accordance with moral laws, and might, perhaps, not be able to do so at all without resorting to arbitrary interpolation. Yet, if the concept of such causality is left out, that would-be theological concept can form no basis for the support of religion. Even if a religion could be established on these theoretical lines, yet in what touches our own disposition, which is the essential element in religion, it would really be a 482 different religion from one in which the concept of God and the practical conviction of his existence springs from our fundamental ideas of morality. For if omnipotence, omniscience, and so forth on the part of an author of the world were concepts given to us from another quarter, and if, regarded in that light, we had to take them for granted for the purpose only of applying our concepts of duties to our relation to such author, then these latter concepts would inevitably betray strong traces of compulsion and forced submission. But what of the alternative? What if the final end of our true vocation is presented to our minds quite freely, and through the prescription of our own reason, by a reverence for the moral law? Why, then, we accept into our moral perspective a cause harmonizing with that end and with its accomplishment, and accept it with deepest veneration, wholly different from any pathological fear, and we willingly bow down before it. 1. But why should it be of any consequence to us to have a theology at all? Well, as to this, it is quite obvious that it is not necessary for the extension or rectification of our knowledge of nature or, in fact, for any theory whatever. We need theology solely on behalf of religion, that is to say, of the practical or, in other words, moral employment of our reason, and need it as a subjective requirement. Now, if it turns out that the one and only argument which leads to a determinate concept of the object of theology is itself a moral argument, the result will not seem strange. But, more than that, we shall not feel that the assurance produced by this line of proof falls in any way short of the ultimate intention it has in view, provided we are clear on the point that an argument of this kind only proves the existence of God in a way that satisfies our moral vocation, that is, from a practical point of view. Speculation does not here display its force in any way, nor does it enlarge the borders of its realm. Also, the surprise at the fact that we here assert the possibility of a theology, and the alleged contradiction in that assertion with what the critique of speculative reason argued with respect to the categories, will disappear on close inspection. What that critique claimed was that the categories can only produce knowledge when applied to sensible objects, and that they can in no way do so when applied to the supersensible. But let it be observed that while the categories are here used on behalf of the knowledge of God, they are so used solely for practical, not for theoretical purposes, that is, they are not directed to the intrinsic, and for us inscrutable, nature of God. Let me take this opportunity of putting an end to the misinterpretation of the above doctrine in the critique, a doctrine which is very necessary, but which, to the chagrin of blind dogmatists, relegates reason to its proper bounds. In this regard, I here append the following elucidation. If I ascribe motive force to a body and conceive it, therefore, by means of the category of causality, then at the same time and by the same means I cognize it. That is to say, I determine the concept which I have of it as an object in general by means of what applies to it in the concrete as an object of sense, this being the condition of the possibility of the relation in question. Thus, suppose the dynamical force that I ascribe to it is that of repulsion, then, even though I do not as yet place beside it another body against which it exerts this force, I may predicate of it a place in space, further an extension or space possessed by the body itself, and, besides, a filling of this space by the repelling forces of its parts, and, finally, the law regulating this filling of space. I mean the law that the force of repulsion in the parts must decrease in the same ratio as the extension of the body increases, and as the space which it fills with the same parts, and by means of this force, is enlarged. On the other hand, if I form a notion of a supersensible being as prime mover, and thus employ the category of causality in consideration of the same mode of action in the world, namely, the movement of matter, I must not then conceive it to be at any place in space, or to be extended. Indeed, I am not even to conceive it as existing in time at all, or as coexistent with other beings. Accordingly, I have no forms of thought whatever that could interpret to me the condition under which movement derived from this being as its source is possible. Consequently, for 83 from the predicate of cause, as prime mover, I do not get the least concrete cognition of it. I have only the representation of a something containing the source of the movements in the world. And as the relation in which this something, as cause, stands to these movements, does not give me anything further that belongs to the constitution of the thing which is cause, it leaves the concept of this cause quite empty. The reason is, that with predicates that only get their object in the sensible world, I may no doubt advance to the existence of something that must contain the source of these predicates, but I cannot advance to the determination of the concept of this something as a supersensible being, a concept that excludes all those predicates. If, therefore, I make the category of causality determinate by means of the concept of a prime mover, it does not help me in the slightest to cognize what God is. But maybe I shall fare better if I take a line from the order of the world and proceed, not merely to think the causality of the supersensible being as that of a supreme intelligence, but also to cognize it by means of this determination of the concept in question, for then the troublesome terms of space and extension drop out. Beyond all doubt, the great purposiveness present in the world compels us to think that there is a supreme cause. For 84 of this purposiveness, and one whose causality has an intelligence behind it. But this in no way entitles us to ascribe such intelligence to that cause. Thus, for instance, we are obliged to think the eternity of God as an existence throughout all time, because we can form no other concept of mere existence than that of a magnitude, or in other words, than as duration. Similarly, we have to think the divine omnipotence as an existence in all places in order to interpret to ourselves God's immediate presence in respect of things external to one another. All this we do without, however, being at liberty to ascribe any of these thought forms to God as something we could cognize in him. If I determine the causality of man in respect of certain products that are only explicable by reference to intentional purposiveness by conceiving it as an intelligence on his part, I need not stop there, but I can ascribe this predicate to him as a familiar attribute of man and thereby cognize him. For I know that intuitions are given to the senses of man, and by means of understanding are brought under a concept and thus under a rule, that this concept contains only the common characteristic, letting the particular drop out, and is therefore discursive, that the rules for bringing representations under the general form of a consciousness are given by understanding in advance of those intuitions, and so on. Accordingly, I ascribe this attribute to man as one whereby I cognize him. But supposing, now that I seek to think a supersensible being, God, as intelligence, while this is not merely permissible but unavoidable if I am to exercise certain functions of my reason, I have no right whatever to flatter myself that I am in a position to ascribe intelligence to that being and thereby to cognize it by one of its attributes. For in that case, I must omit all the above conditions under which I know an intelligence. Consequently, the predicate that is only available for the determination of man is quite inapplicable to a supersensible object. Hence we are quite unable to cognize what God is by means of any such definite causality. And it is so with all categories. They can have no significance whatever for knowledge theoretically considered, unless they are applied to objects of possible experience. But I am able to think even a supersensible being on the analogy of an understanding. Indeed, must do so when I look to certain other considerations. Without, however, thereby desiring to cognize it theoretically. I refer to the case of this mode of its causality having to do with an effect in the world that involves an aim which is morally necessary, but for sensuous beings is unrealizable. For in that case a knowledge of God and his existence, that is to say a theology, is possible by means of attributes and determinations of. 485 This causality merely conceived in him according to analogy, and this knowledge has all requisite reality in a practical relation, but also in respect only of this relation, that is, in relation to morality. An ethical theology is therefore quite possible. For while morality without theology may certainly carry on with its own rule, it cannot do so with the final purpose which this very rule enjoins, unless it throws reason to the winds as regards this purpose. But a theological ethics, on the part of pure reason, is impossible, seeing that laws which are not originally given by reason itself, and the observance of which it does not bring about as a practical capacity, cannot be moral. In the same way a theological physics would be a monstrosity, because it would not bring forward any laws of nature, but rather ordinances of a supreme will, whereas a physical, or, properly speaking, physico-teleological, theology can at least serve as a propedeutic to theology proper, since by means of the study of natural ends, of which it presents a rich supply, it awakens us to the idea of a final end which nature cannot exhibit. Consequently, it can make us alive to the need of a theology which should define the concept of God sciently for the highest practical employment of reason, though it cannot produce a theology or furnish demonstrations adequate for its support. Appendix. The first introduction to the Critique of Judgement. 195. Philosophy as a system. If philosophy is a system of rational knowledge through concepts, this already suffices to distinguish it from a critique of pure reason, For although the latter includes a philosophical investigation into the possibility of this kind of knowledge, it does not form part of such a system, but rather projects and examines the very idea of this system in the first place. We must begin by dividing the system into its formal and material parts, the first of which, logic, merely treats the form of thought in a system of rules, while the second, the real part, systematically considers the objects that are thought in so far as rational cognition of them is possible through concepts. Now this real system of philosophy itself can only be divided into theoretical and practical philosophy, in accordance with the original difference in their respective objects and with the essential distinction deriving from this, in the principles of a science that includes them. One part, therefore, must be the philosophy of nature, the other part the philosophy of morals. While the former may also contain empirical principles, the latter can never contain anything but pure a priori principles, since freedom cannot possibly be an object of experience. But there is a major and prevailing misconception, one very damaging to the way in which we approach the science itself, with regard to the meaning of the practical character that permits something to be assigned to practical philosophy. It has been deemed proper to include diplomacy and political economy, the rules of household management, and those of general behavior, prescriptions concerning diet and the health of body and soul alike, and indeed why not all the arts and professions, within practical philosophy, since all of these contain a body of practical propositions. But while practical propositions are distinguished from theoretical propositions, which contain the possibility and the determinations of things, not by their content, but by a difference in the way we represent them, merely those which consider freedom under 196 laws are so distinguished. All the rest are simply applications of 197, the theory of the nature of things, to the way in which we can produce them according to a principle, that is to say, their possibility represented as resulting from a voluntary act, which equally belongs to the realm of natural causes. Thus the solution of the problem in mechanics, to discover the respective lengths of the arms of a lever if a given force is to be in equilibrium with a given weight, is certainly expressed as a practical formula, but one which contains no more than the theoretical proposition. In a state of equilibrium, the lengths of the arms of the lever are inversely proportional to the former. It is simply that this relationship, since it is an effect of a cause governed, through our own choice, by the representation of that relation, is thought as possible. And the same holds for all practical propositions that are concerned only with the production of objects. If someone offers prescriptions for promoting happiness and discusses, for example, what one must do to be happy, then it is only the inner conditions of the possibility of being happy, temperance, moderation of the inclinations in order not to yield to passion, etc., which are represented as relevant to the nature of the subject, together with the way we can produce this balance through our own efforts. Consequently, all this is derived directly from the relation between the theory of the object and that of our own nature, ourselves as cause. Since the practical prescription is here distinguished from a theoretical one by its formula rather than by its content, no special type of philosophy is required to investigate such a connection of ground and consequent. In short, all practical propositions which derive what can occur in nature from the power of our own choice as a cause belong to theoretical philosophy as knowledge of nature. Only those propositions which give freedom its law are specifically differentiated by their content from the former propositions. One can say of the first kind that they constitute the practical part of a philosophy of nature, while the latter alone lay the foundation of a special practical philosophy. Remark. It is very important to divide philosophy precisely according to its parts, and to that end not to include amongst the members of this systematic division something that is only a consequence or an application of it to given cases, and that thus requires no special principles. Practical propositions are distinguished from theoretical ones either with regard to their principles or their consequences. In the latter case, they do not comprise a particular part of science, but belong to the theoretical part of science as consequences of a particular kind that derive from it. Now, the possibility of things under the laws of nature differs essentially and in principle from their possibility under laws of freedom. But this difference does not lie in the fact that in the latter case we locate the cause in a will, while in the former case we locate it in the things themselves external to the will. For if the will obeys no other principles than those in accordance with which, as merely natural laws, the understanding grasps the possibility of the object, and the proposition implying the possibility of something as an effect of the causality of voluntary action can be described as a practical proposition, we still cannot claim that this 198 proposition is remotely distinguished, in principle, from the theoretical propositions which concern the nature of things, and it must therefore borrow its principle from the latter in order to present the representation of an object in reality. Thus, practical propositions, the content of which concerns merely the possibility of a represented object through voluntary action, are simply an application of a thorough theoretical knowledge and cannot comprise a special part of a science. A practical geometry, considered as a separate science, is a nonsense, however many practical propositions this pure science may contain, most of which, as problems, require special instruction for their solution. The problem of constructing a square with a given side and a given right angle is a practical proposition, but it is purely a consequence of the relevant theory. Nor can the art of surveying, agrimensorial, ever presume the title of a practical geometry or ever be described as a special part of geometry itself, but belongs amongst the scholia of the latter, namely the employment of this science for purposes of commerce. 1. Even in a science of nature, in so far as it rests upon empirical principles, namely physics in the proper sense, the practical procedures for discovering the hidden laws of nature, under the name of experimental physics, can never justify the equally nonsensical name of practical physics as a part of natural philosophy. For the principles according to which we 199 perform our experiments must themselves always be derived from our knowledge of nature, and thus from theory. And exactly the same is true of the practical precepts concerning the voluntary production of a certain state of mind within ourselves, e.g. the arousing or taming of the imagination, or the pacifying or subduing of the inclinations. There is no practical psychology as a special part of the philosophy of human nature, since the principles for a possible, artfully produced, state of mind must be borrowed from those concerning the possible determinations of the character of our nature, and although these consist of practical propositions, they still do not comprise a practical part of psychology, but belong simply to its scholia precisely because they possess no special principles. In general, practical propositions, whether they be pure a priori or empirical, if they immediately imply the possibility of an object through our own power of choice, always belong to our knowledge of nature and thus to the theoretical part of philosophy. Only those propositions which directly present the determination of an act as necessary, simply by representing its form, in accordance with laws in general, regardless of the material content of the envisaged object, can and must possess their own special principles in the idea of freedom, and although the concept of an object of the will, the highest good, is grounded on precisely these principles, this object still only belongs indirectly, as a consequence, to the practical precept, henceforth described as a moral one. Moreover, the possibility of the highest good cannot properly be grasped through any knowledge of nature or theory. Thus, it is only such propositions which belong to a special part of a system of rational cognition under the name of practical philosophy. In order to avoid ambiguity, all of the remaining practical propositions, regardless of the science with which they may be connected, can be called technical rather than practical ones. For they belong to the art of realizing what is envisaged, something which, in the case of a complete theory, is always merely an extension of the latter and never an independent part of any kind of precept. In this sense, all precepts of skill are technical too and therefore belong to our theoretical knowledge of nature and derive from the latter. 200. But in what follows we shall also employ the term technic, where the objects of nature are merely judged as if their possibility depended upon art. In such cases the judgments are neither theoretical nor practical, in the sense just described, since they determine nothing with regard to the character of the object or to the way in which we produce the latter. Rather, nature itself is thereby judged, though merely in analogy with art, and indeed in a subjective relation to our faculty of cognition rather than in an objective relation to the objects. Here we shall not indeed describe the judgments themselves, 201, as technical, but rather the power of judgment upon whose laws these judgments are grounded, and in conformity with this nature itself will also be called technical. Since this technic includes no propositions of an objectively determining character, it does not constitute a part of doctrinal philosophy, but only part of the critique of our cognitive faculties. The system of the higher cognitive faculties which lies at the basis of philosophy. If we are speaking of the division not of philosophy, but of our faculty for a priori cognition through concepts, the higher faculty, i.e. of a critique of pure reason with respect solely to its capacity for thinking, leaving the pure form of intuition out of consideration, then the systematic representation of the capacity for thought falls into three parts. First, the capacity for knowledge of the universal, of rules, the understanding. Secondly, the capacity for subsuming the particular, under the universal, the power of judgment. And thirdly, the capacity for determining the particular through the universal, the derivation from principles, reason. The critique of pure theoretical reason, dedicated to uncovering the sources of all knowledge a priori, and thus also of the intuitive aspect which belongs to reason, furnished the laws of nature. The critique of practical reason furnished the 202 laws of freedom, and thus the a priori principles of all philosophy appear to have been entirely dealt with already. But if the understanding furnishes a priori laws of nature, while reason furnishes those of freedom, then we may expect by analogy that the power of judgment, which mediates the relationship of the other two faculties, will likewise afford its own special a priori principles which will perhaps form the basis for a particular division of philosophy, and that the latter, as a system, can only be composed of two parts. Yet the power of judgment is such a peculiar, and by no means independent, faculty of cognition that it provides neither concepts, as does the understanding, nor ideas, as does reason, for any object whatsoever, because it is merely a power of subsuming under concepts that are given from elsewhere. If, therefore, there were any rule or concept that sprang originally from the power of judgment, it would have to be a concept of things in nature in so far as nature conforms to our power of judgment. It would thus concern that character of nature of which we can form no other concept than that its organization conforms to our capacity for subsuming the particular given laws under more general ones which are not given. In other words, this would have to be the concept of a purposiveness of nature that furthers our capacity to know nature in so far as we must be able to judge the particular to be contained under the universal and to subsume it under the concept of nature as one. 203. A concept of this kind is that of experience as a system in accordance with empirical laws. For although experience forms a system under transcendental laws, which comprise the condition of the possibility of experience in general, one might yet be presented with such an infinite multiplicity of empirical laws and so great a heterogeneity of natural forms in particular experience that the concept of a system in accordance with these empirical laws would necessarily appear alien to the understanding, and neither the possibility nor still less the necessity of such a unified whole would be conceivable. Yet particular experience, which is thoroughly coherent under constant principles, also demands this systematic connection of empirical laws through which it becomes possible for the power of judgment to subsume the particular under the universal, while always remaining within the empirical sphere and advancing to the highest empirical laws and the forms of nature that correspond to them. Hence, the aggregate of particular experiences must be regarded as a system, since without this presupposition, no thoroughly law-like interconnection, i.e. no empirical unity of these experiences, could be established. This lawfulness, which is in itself contingent, as far as all the concepts of the understanding are concerned, in which the power of judgment, merely for its own advantage, presumes and presupposes in nature, is a formal purposiveness. 204 of nature, which we in fact assume in the latter, but which forms the basis neither for a theoretical knowledge of nature nor for a practical principle of freedom, nonetheless. It provides a principle for judging and investigating nature with regard to the general laws through which we arrange the particular cases of experience in order to bring out the systematic connection required for coherent experience, and which we have an a priori ground for assuming. The concept which springs originally from the power of judgment and belongs peculiarly to it is therefore that of nature as art, or, in other words, the concept of the technique of nature with respect to its particular laws. This concept does not supply the foundation for any theory and no more implies any knowledge of objects and their characteristics than does logic, but merely furnishes a principle for advancing in accordance with empirical laws through which the investigation of nature becomes possible. This does not enrich our knowledge of nature with any specific objective law, but merely provides the basis for a maxim of the power of judgment, namely to observe in accordance with it, and thereby to unify the forms of nature. 205. Philosophy, as a doctrinal system of the knowledge of both nature and freedom, is not endowed with any new division here, since this representation of nature as art is a mere idea which serves as the principle for our investigations into nature, and thus merely enables the subject to introduce systematic interconnection into the aggregate of empirical laws as such wherever possible, insofar as we attribute to nature a relationship to this need of ours. On the other hand, our concept of the technique of nature, as a heuristic principle for judging it, will belong to the critique of our cognitive faculty. This critique indicates what cause we have for representing the technique of nature in this way, what the origin of this idea may be, whether it is to be found in an a priori source, and likewise what the range and limits of its employment may be. In short, such an inquiry will belong to the system of the critique of pure reason, but not to doctrinal philosophy. The system of all the faculties of the human mind. We can trace all the powers of the human mind, without exception, back to three: the faculty of cognition, the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and the faculty of desire. Now it is true that philosophers, who otherwise deserve unstinting praise for the thoroughness of their thinking, have sought to explain this distinction away as a purely apparent one, and to bring all the faculties under that of cognition alone. But it is very easily demonstrated, and it has already been obvious for some time, that this attempt to bring unity to the plurality of the faculties, one that was otherwise undertaken in a genuinely philosophical spirit, is futile, for there always remains a great 206 difference between representations which belong to knowledge, as related merely to the object, and to the unity of our consciousness of these representations, and likewise between the objective relation in which they belong to the faculty of desire when regarded as the cause of the reality of the object, and representations which merely stand in relation to the subject, when they afford their own grounds for merely maintaining their existence in the subject, and to that extent are regarded in relation to the feeling of pleasure. This latter is not a case of knowledge at all, nor does it furnish any knowledge, although it may presuppose something of the kind as a determining ground. The connection between knowledge of an object and the feeling of pleasure or displeasure occasioned by its existence, or the way in which the faculty of desire resolves to bring the object into existence, can certainly be known empirically, but since this connection is not based on any a priori principle, the powers of the mind to that extent constitute only an aggregate rather than a system. Now one can certainly elicit an a priori connection between the feeling of pleasure and the other two faculties, and if we connect an a priori cognition, namely the rational concept of freedom, to the faculty of desire as its determining ground, we can at the same time discover subjectively within this objective determination a feeling of pleasure contained in the determination of the will. But the 207 cognitive faculty is not linked to the faculty of desire in this way by means of pleasure or displeasure, since here the pleasure does not precede the latter faculty, but either only follows after its determination or is perhaps nothing but the sensation of this capacity of the will to be determined by reason itself. Pleasure, therefore, is not a particular feeling or a unique form of receptivity which would demand a particular domain for itself amongst the properties of the mind. But since the analysis of the powers of the mind incontestably reveals a feeling of pleasure which is independent of any determination by the faculty of desire, and can instead furnish a basis for determinations of the latter, the connection between this faculty and the other two within a single system implies that this feeling of pleasure, like the other two faculties, rests on a priori principles rather than on merely empirical grounds. Thus, for the idea of philosophy as a system, we still require a critique, though not a doctrine, of the feeling of pleasure and displeasure to the extent that is not empirically grounded. Now, since the faculty of cognition through concepts finds its a priori principle in the pure understanding, in its concept of nature, and the faculty of desire finds its a priori principle in pure reason, in its concept of freedom, there remains amongst the general properties of the mind an intermediate faculty or receptivity, namely the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, just as there remains amongst the higher cognitive faculties a certain 208 intermediate power, namely that of judgment. What is more natural than to suspect that the latter will also contain a priori principles for the former? Without descrying anything further about the possibility of this connection, we can certainly already recognize here a kind of fitness between the power of judgment and the feeling of pleasure, which can serve as the determining ground for the latter or find such a ground within it. For while the understanding and reason, in the division of the faculty of cognition through concepts, relate their representations to objects in order to acquire concepts of the latter, the power of judgment relates solely to the subject and for its own part produces no concepts of objects. Similarly, while in the general division of the powers of the mind in general, both the cognitive faculties and the faculty of desire contain an objective relation to representations, the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, by contrast, is merely a receptivity with respect to a state of the subject. Thus, if the power of judgment is to determine anything on its own part, this could only be the feeling of pleasure, and conversely, if the latter is to possess an a priori principle at all, this will only be found in the power of judgment. Experience as a system for the power of judgment. We observed in the Critique of Pure Reason that nature in its entirety, as the sum of all objects of experience, comprises a system according to transcendental laws, ones which the understanding itself furnishes a priori, namely for appearances in so far as, connected in one consciousness, they are to constitute experience. In precisely the same way, experience must also ideally form a system of possible empirical knowledge in accordance with universal as well as particular laws, in so far as this is objectively possible, at least in principle. The unity of nature under a principle of the thoroughgoing connection of everything contained in this sum of all appearances requires this. To this extent we are to regard experience in general as a system under transcendental laws of the understanding, rather than as a mere aggregate. 209. But it does not follow from this that nature is a system that is comprehensible for the human faculty of cognition with respect to empirical laws as well, and that the thoroughgoing systematic interconnection of its appearances in one experience, and thus experience itself as a system, is possible for human beings. For the variety and diversity of empirical laws might be so great that while it would still be possible in part to connect our perceptions in one experience in accordance with particular laws that we happen to have discovered already, it would never be possible to bring these empirical laws themselves together under a common principle. If it were the case, as is perfectly possible, as far as the understanding can tell us a priori, that the variety and diversity of these laws, and of the corresponding forms of nature, were infinitely great, and we were thus confronted by a crude and chaotic aggregate revealing no trace of system whatsoever, even if we still had to presuppose a system in accordance with transcendental laws. For the unity of nature in space and time and the unity of our possible experience are one and the same because the former is a sum of mere appearances, kinds of representation, which only possesses objective reality and experience, and the latter must be possible as a system under empirical laws if we are to think the former as a system, as indeed we must. It is therefore a subjectively necessary, transcendental presupposition that this dismaying and limitless diversity of empirical laws and this heterogeneity of natural forms does not belong in nature, but that, instead, nature is fitted for experience as an empirical system through the unity of particular laws under more general ones. Now this presupposition is the transcendental principle of the power of judgment. For the latter is not merely the faculty of subsuming the particular under the universal whose concept is given, but also, conversely, that of discovering the universal for the particular. But the understanding, in its transcendental legislation for nature, ignores the whole manifold of possible 210 empirical laws. It considers only the conditions of the possibility of experience in general with respect to its formal character. In the understanding, therefore, we cannot discover the aforementioned principle of the unity of particular laws of nature. The power of judgment alone, to which it falls to bring particular laws under higher, though still empirical, principles, while also taking account of the diversity of these laws under the same universal laws of nature, must take such a principle as the basis of its procedure. For in groping about amongst the forms of nature, whose reciprocal agreement with common empirical but higher laws would otherwise be regarded by the power of judgment as entirely contingent, it would be even more contingent if individual perceptions lent themselves so luckily to formulation in terms of an empirical law. But it would be all the more contingent if manifold empirical laws simply happened to be fitted for the systematic unity of our knowledge of nature in a wholly interconnected possible experience, unless, by means of an a priori principle, we presupposed nature to possess such a form. All of the current formulae, nature takes the shortest path, she does nothing in vain, she makes no leaps in the manifold of forms, continuum formarum, she is rich in species but poor in genera, and so forth, are nothing but this same transcendental expression of the power of judgment that lays down for itself a principle for experience as a system and thus for its own needs. Neither the understanding nor reason can establish such a law of nature a priori. For although we can perhaps see that nature conforms, in its purely formal laws, to our understanding, and thus becomes an object of experience in general, with respect to the plurality and heterogeneity of the particular laws of nature, it is free of all restrictions legislated by our faculty of cognition. It is a sheer assumption on the part of the power of judgment, for the sake of its own employment in advancing continuously from particular empirical laws to more general, though still empirical, ones in order to consolidate empirical laws, which establishes that principle. Under no circumstances can such a principle be set to the account of experience, since only under this assumption is it possible to order experience in a systematic fashion. 211. The reflective power of judgment. The power of judgment can be regarded either as a mere faculty for reflecting on a given representation in accordance with a certain principle, for producing a concept that is thereby made possible, or as a faculty for determining an underlying concept by means of an empirical representation. In the first case, we are dealing with the reflective, in the second case, with the determining power of judgment. But to reflect, to deliberate, is to compare and combine given representations either with other representations or with our faculty of cognition in relation to a concept that is thereby made possible. The reflective power of judgment is also what is called the faculty of judging, facultas judicandi. Now reflecting, which even occurs in animals, albeit only instinctively, not in relation to a resulting concept, but to an inclination yet to be determined, requires a principle just as much as the act of determining, in which the underlying concept of the object prescribes the rule to the power of judgment and thus assumes the place of the principle. The principle of reflection upon given objects of nature is that empirically determinate concepts can indeed be found for all things in nature. In other words, that in the products of nature one can always presuppose a form which is possible under universal laws that are accessible to our knowledge. For if we were not entitled to assume this, and were unable to base our treatment of empirical representations upon this principle, all reflection would be undertaken in a merely blind and random fashion, with no legitimate expectation that it could harmonize with nature. 212. With respect to the universal concepts of nature, under which a concept of experience, without particular empirical determination, is possible in the first place, reflection already possesses a guide in the concept of nature in general, i.e., in the understanding. And the power of judgment requires no special principle of reflection, but schematizes nature a priori and applies these schemata to every empirical synthesis, something without which no judgments of experience would be possible. In this case, the power of judgment, in its reflection, is also determining, and its transcendental schematism simultaneously serves it as a rule under which the given empirical intuitions can be subsumed. But for those concepts which have to be found for given empirical intuitions in the first place, and which presuppose a special law of nature through which alone particular experience is possible, the power of judgment requires a peculiar, equally transcendental principle for its reflection. And one cannot in turn refer this power to empirical laws which are already known, something which would transform reflection into a mere comparison with empirical forms for which one already possesses the relevant concepts. For the question is how, by comparing perceptions, one could ever hope to arrive at empirical concepts that capture what is common to a variety of natural forms, if, as is entirely conceivable, nature had bestowed so great a heterogeneity upon the immense variety of its empirical laws, that all, or almost all, comparison would be useless for discovering any coherence or hierarchical order in the plurality of species and genera. All comparison of empirical representations, in order to discover in natural things empirical laws and the corresponding specific forms, and, through comparison of these with others, to discover generically 213 corresponding forms, presupposes that nature has observed in its empirical laws a certain economy, fitted for our power of judgment, and a similarity amongst its forms which we can comprehend. And this presupposition, as an a priori principle of the power of judgment, must precede all such comparison. The reflective power of judgment thus works with given appearances to bring them under empirical concepts of determinate natural things not schematically, but technically, not merely mechanically, like a tool controlled by the understanding and the senses, but artistically, according to the universal but nonetheless indeterminate principle of a purposive and systematic ordering of nature. Our power of judgment is favored, as it were, by the conformity of the particular laws of nature, about which the understanding is silent, to the possibility of experience as a system, which is a presupposition without which we have no hope of finding our way in the labyrinth of the multiplicity of possible particular laws. Thus the power of judgment itself makes the technique of nature into the principle of its reflection a priori, without being able to explain or determine it more precisely or to possess an objective determining ground for the universal concepts of nature through a cognition of things in themselves, but only in order to facilitate its reflection in accordance with its own subjective laws and needs while remaining in harmony with the laws of nature in general. 214. But the principle of the reflective power of judgment, through which nature is thought as a system under empirical laws, is to be considered merely as a principle for the logical employment of the power of judgment. And while it is indeed a transcendental principle with regard to its origin, it serves merely to regard nature a priori as qualified for a logical system in its multiplicity under empirical laws. The logical form of a system consists simply in the division of given general concepts, like the concept of nature in general here, through which we think, according to a certain principle, the particular, here the empirical, in its diversity as contained in the universal. If one proceeds empirically and ascends from the particular to the universal, a classification of the manifold is required, i.e., a comparison of several classes, each of which is determined by a distinct concept. When the classification is complete with respect to the common characteristic, its subsumption under higher classes, genera, proceeds until one reaches the concept which contains the principle of the entire classification and constitutes the highest genus. If, on the other hand, one begins with the universal concept, in order to descend to the particular by means of exhaustive division, the procedure is described as the specification of the manifold asterisk under a given concept, since one is moving here from the highest genus towards the lower one, subgenera or species, and from species to subordinate species, instead of employing 215 the everyday expression that one must specify the particular which stands under the universal. It is more exact to say that one is specifying the general concept, since the manifold is here ordered under the latter. This is because the genus, logically considered, is, as it were, the matter or raw substrate which nature works into particular species and subspecies through multiple determinations. Thus one can say that nature specifies itself according to a certain principle or the idea of a system, on analogy with the way in which jurists use the word when speaking of the specification of certain raw material of their own. 5. Now it is clear that the reflective power of judgment, given its character, cannot undertake to classify the whole of nature in accordance with its empirical varieties unless it assumes that nature itself specifies its transcendental laws in accordance with some principle or other. This principle can be none other than that of suitability for the faculty of the power of judgment itself in finding sue-scient kinship amongst the infinite multiplicity of things under possible empirical laws as to bring them under empirical concepts, classes, and these in turn under more universal laws, higher genera, and thus to arrive at an empirical system of nature. Since this kind of classification is not a matter of ordinary empirical knowledge, but rather an artistic knowledge, nature, in so far as it is thought as specifying itself in accordance with such a principle, is here also regarded as art. The power of judgment thus necessarily carries with it a priori a principle of the technic of nature, which is distinct from the nomothetic of nature through transcendental laws of the understanding, since the latter can validate its principle as law, while the former can do so only as a necessary presupposition. 6. The special principle of the power of judgment is therefore this. Nature specifies its universal laws as empirical ones, in accordance with the form of a logical system, on behalf of the power of judgment. 216. It is here that the concept of a purposiveness of nature arises, and indeed as a characteristic concept of the reflective power of judgment, rather than of reason, since the end is posited not in the object, but solely in the subject, and indeed in the subject's mere capacity for reflection. We describe something as purposive if its existence seems to presuppose an antecedent representation of the thing in question. But natural laws that are so constituted and interrelated as if the power of judgment had designed them to satisfy its own requirements resemble the case in which the possibility of things presupposes the representation of them as a ground. Thus the power of judgment, by means of its principle, thinks of purposiveness in nature in the specification of its forms through empirical laws. It is not these forms themselves, however, that are thereby thought as purposive, but only their relation to one another and their fitness, even in their great multiplicity, for a logical system of empirical concepts. Even if nature revealed to us no more than this logical purposiveness, we should still have cause for admiring nature in this regard, since we are unable to find any ground for this in the universal laws of the understanding themselves. Yet hardly anyone but a transcendental philosopher would be capable of such admiration, and even he could identify no determinate case where this purposiveness is manifested in concreto, but would have to think it solely in general terms. 217. The purposiveness of natural forms as so many particular systems. That nature, in its empirical laws, should so specify itself as is requisite for the possibility of experience as a single system of empirical knowledge, implies that this form of nature contains a logical purposiveness, i.e., that of its conformity with the subjective conditions of the power of judgment concerning the possible coherence of empirical concepts in the totality of one experience. But this does not entitle us to infer any adaptation of nature to a real purposiveness in its products, i.e., to the generation of individual things as systems. For these could always be mere aggregates, as far as intuition can tell, and still be subject to empirical laws which cohere with others in a logically divisible system without having to assume for their individual possibility a specially identified concept, and thus a teleology of nature as their basis. It is in this way that we regard earths, stones, minerals, etc. as mere aggregates and devoid of any purposive form, but is nevertheless so related in their inner character and the grounds of their possibility as objects of knowledge that they lend themselves to classification as a system of nature under empirical laws, even though in themselves they display no systematic form. By an absolute purposiveness of natural forms, I therefore understand that external configuration or internal structure of such forms, which are so constituted that their possibility is necessarily grounded in an idea of the same within our power of judgment. For purposiveness is conformity to law on the part of something which is contingent. Nature works mechanically, as mere nature, in producing aggregates, but it works technically, i.e. artistically, in producing systems, for example, crystals, all sorts of flower forms, or the internal structure of plants and animals. The difference between these two ways of judging natural beings lies simply in the reflective power of judgment, which certainly can and perhaps must proceed to do what the determining power of judgment, governed by principles of reason, does not concede to the latter with respect to the possibility of objects. And it might be the case that the determining power of judgment is capable of tracing everything back to a mechanical explanation, for it is quite possible that the explanation of a given appearance, 218 governed by objective principles of reason, may be mechanical, while the rule for judging the same object, according to subjective principles of reflection, may be technical. In fact, the principle of the power of judgment, namely the purposiveness of nature in the specification of its universal laws, may not extend so far that we can infer the production of natural forms that are purposive in themselves, because even without them the system of nature under empirical laws, which is all that the power of judgment is justified in postulating, is possible, and this is something that must always be given through experience. But since we have reason to suppose a principle of the purposiveness of nature in its particular laws, it is still always possible and permissible, if experience shows us purposive forms amongst its products, to ascribe this to the same ground on which the first type of purposiveness may rest. Even though this ground itself might lie in the supersensible and wholly transcend the domain of our possible insights into nature, we have nevertheless accomplished something in so far as the power of judgment offers us a transcendental principle of the purposiveness of nature in relation to the purposiveness of natural forms which we encounter in experience. If this is not sufficient to account for the possibility of such forms, at least it still permits us to apply such a special concept as that of purposiveness to nature and its conformity to law, even though this principle cannot be an objective concept of nature, but is simply derived from the subjective relation of nature to one of the faculties of the mind. The technique of the power of judgment as the ground of the idea of a technique of nature. 219. As we have shown above, it is the power of judgment which first makes it possible, and indeed necessary, to think, in addition to the mechanical necessity of nature, a purposiveness in nature. Without this assumption, systematic unity in the complete classification of particular forms under empirical laws would be impossible. We have shown, in the first place, that the principle of purposiveness, being only a subjective principle of the division and specification of nature, determines nothing with regard to the forms of nature's products. In this respect, the purposiveness in question would remain merely conceptual and would supply a maxim suggesting the unity of empirical laws of nature for the logical employment of the power of judgment and experience, furthering the application of reason to its objects. But there would be no natural products, as such, whose form corresponds with this particular kind of systematic unity, namely that according to a representation of an end. The causality of nature with respect to the form of its products as ends I would describe as the technique of nature. It is opposed to the mechanism of nature, which consists in the connection of the manifold without any concept underlying the specific character of this connection, just as certain lifting devices, such as a lever or an inclined plane, which can also exercise their intended effect as a means to an end without presupposing any idea, are called machines rather than products of art, because while they can indeed be used purposively, their possibility is not dependent upon this use. The first question at this point is this: how can the technique of nature be perceived in its products? Precisely because it is not a category, the concept of purposiveness is in no way a concept that is constitutive of experience, and nor is it any determination of an appearance appropriate to an empirical concept of the object. We perceive purposiveness in our power of judgment in so far as it merely reflects upon a given object, perhaps on the empirical intuition of the same, to bring it under some, as yet undetermined, concept, or upon the concept of experience itself, to bring the laws it contains under common principles. Thus it is essentially the power of judgment that is technical. Nature is therefore represented as technical only to the extent that it harmonizes with this procedure and makes it necessary. We shall shortly indicate how the concept of reflective judgment, which makes possible the inner perception of a purposiveness of representations, can also be applied to the representation of the object as contained under it. Point 7. 220. Now to each empirical concept there belong three acts of the spontaneous faculty of cognition. 1. The apprehension, apprehensio, of the manifold of intuition. 2. The synthesis, i.e. the synthetic unity of the consciousness of this manifold in the concept of an object, apperceptio comprehensiva. 3. The presentation, exhibitio, in intuition of the object corresponding to this concept. The first act requires imagination, the second requires reason, and the third requires the power of judgment which, where an empirical concept is involved, is the determining power of judgment. But since in simple reflection on perception it is not a question of reflecting on a determinate concept, but in general only of reflecting on the rule concerning perception as an aid to the understanding, as a faculty of concepts, it is evident in the case of a merely reflective judgment that the imagination and the understanding are regarded in their necessary relationship to one another with respect to power of judgment in general, in contrast to their actual relationship in a given perception. If, then, the form of a given object in empirical intuition is such that the apprehension of its manifold in the imagination agrees with the presentation of a concept of the understanding, regardless of which concept, then in simple reflection the understanding and the imagination harmonize with one another for the furtherance of their work, and the object is perceived as purposive with respect to the power of judgment alone. The purposiveness itself is therefore considered as merely subjective, since a determinate concept of the object is 221 thereby neither required nor produced, and the judgment involved is not a cognitive one. Such a judgment is called an aesthetic judgment of reflection. If, on the other hand, Empirical concepts and laws conforming to the mechanism of nature are already given, and the power of judgment compares such a concept of the understanding with reason and its principle of the possibility of a system. Then if this form is encountered in the object, the purposiveness is judged to be objective and the thing is called a natural end. Since in the previous case things were only judged to be indeterminately purposive natural forms. A judgment on the objective purposiveness is called teleological. This is a cognitive judgment, but it belongs only to the reflective and not to the determining power of judgment. For in general, the technique of nature, whether it be merely formal or real, is only a relation of things to our power of judgment, in which alone we can find the idea of the purposiveness of nature that we attribute to nature itself merely in relation to that power. The aesthetic of the faculty of judging. The expression an aesthetic kind of representation is completely unambiguous if we understand it to signify the relation of the representation to the object as appearance with a view to the cognition of the object. For in this case, the expression aesthetic means that the form of sensibility, i.e. how the subject is affected, is necessarily attached to the representation and is thus unavoidably transferred to the object 222, though only as phenomenon. Consequently, there can be a transcendental aesthetic asterisk as a science that belongs to the faculty of cognition. It has long been customary, however, to describe a mode of representation as aesthetic, i.e. as sensuous, also to signify our intention of relating a representation not to the faculty of cognition, but rather to our feeling of pleasure and displeasure. Although we are also accustomed, in accordance with this nomenclature, to calling this feeling a sense, a modification of our state, since we lack an alternative expression, it is nonetheless not an objective since the determination of which is employed for cognition of an object. For to intuit or otherwise perceive something with pleasure is not a simple relation of the representation to the object, but rather involves a receptivity on the part of the subject. On the contrary, it contributes nothing whatsoever to our knowledge of objects. There can therefore be no aesthetic science of feeling, as there is indeed an aesthetic of the faculty of cognition, because all the determinations of feeling are of purely subjective significance. A certain ambiguity, therefore, inevitably clings to the expression aesthetic kind of representation if it is understood now to mean that which arouses pleasure or displeasure, and now to concern merely the cognitive faculty, insofar as it involves sensuous intuition with regard to the knowledge of objects as appearances. This ambiguity can, however, be removed if we apply the expression aesthetic neither to intuition nor to the representations of the understanding, but solely to the acts of the power of judgment. An aesthetic judgment, if we intended to employ it for objective knowledge, would be so blatantly contradictory that this expression is a sous-scient insurance against misinterpretation. For intuitions can indeed be sensuous, but judgments certainly belong only to the understanding, taken in the broader sense. And to judge aesthetically or sensuously, insofar as this purports to be knowledge of an object, is therefore a contradiction where sensibility meddles in the affairs of the understanding and, through avidium subreptionis, asterisk gives a false direction to the latter. An objective judgment, by contrast, is always brought about through the understanding alone and cannot therefore be called an aesthetic one. Consequently, our transcendental aesthetic of the faculty of judgment was certainly able to speak of sensory intuitions, but could never speak of aesthetic judgments because, since it is concerned solely with cognitive judgments that determine an object, all of its judgments must be logical ones. The expression, an aesthetic judgment of an object, therefore signifies that a given representation is indeed related to an object, but such a judgment conveys the determination of the subject and its feeling rather than that of the object. As far as the power of judgment is concerned, the understanding and the imagination are regarded in relationship 223 with one another, and this relationship can be considered, as happened in the transcendental schematism of the power of judgment, as objective and cognitive. But this same relationship of two cognitive faculties can also be regarded purely subjectively, insofar as one of them helps or hinders the other in the self-same representation and thereby affects the state of the mind, and is thus a relationship that can be sensed, something encountered in the independent employment of no other faculty of cognition. Now, although this sensation is not a sensuous representation of an object, it can nonetheless be ascribed to sensibility, since it is subjectively connected with the sensuous rendering of the concepts of the understanding through the power of judgment, as a sensuous representation of how the state of the subject is affected by an act of that faculty. A judgment can be termed aesthetic, i.e., sensuous, according to its subjective effect rather than to its determining ground. Even though an act of objective judging is an act of the understanding, as a higher faculty of cognition in general, rather than one of sensibility. Every determining judgment is logical because its predicate is a given objective concept. A merely reflective judgment about a particular object, however, can be aesthetic if the judgment, even before it contemplates comparing the object with others, and with no concept antecedent to the given intuition, unites the imagination, which merely apprehends the 224 object, with the understanding, which produces a general concept, and perceives a relationship between the two cognitive faculties which forms the subjective and merely sensitive condition of the objective employment of the power of judgment, namely the mutual harmony of these two faculties. But an aesthetic sensuous judgment is also possible, where the predicate of the judgment cannot be a concept of an object because it does not belong to the cognitive faculty at all, as in the example, "The wine is pleasant," for here the predicate expresses the relation of a representation directly to the feeling of pleasure and not to the faculty of cognition. An aesthetic judgment can thus in general be defined as that kind of judgment whose predicate can never be cognitive, i.e., involve a concept of an object, although it may contain the general subjective conditions for cognition in general. Sensation is the determining ground in this kind of judgment. But there is only one unique, so-called, sensation which can never become the concept of an object, and this is the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. This is purely subjective since, by contrast, all other sensations can be employed with a view to cognition. An aesthetic judgment, therefore, is one whose determining ground lies in a sensation that is immediately connected with the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. In an aesthetic judgment of the senses, it is that sensation that is immediately produced by the empirical intuition of the object, whereas in aesthetic judgments of reflection, it is that sensation produced in the subject by the harmonious play between the two cognitive faculties of the power of judgment, the imagination and the understanding, when the former's capacity for apprehension and the latter's capacity for presentation reciprocally further one another in a given representation. In such a case, this relation, merely through its form, causes a sensation which is the determining ground of a judgment. This judgment is consequently described as aesthetic and is connected with the feeling of pleasure as subjective purposiveness, without a concept. Whereas aesthetic judgments of the senses express material purposiveness, aesthetic judgments of reflection express formal purposiveness. But since aesthetic judgments of the senses do not relate to the faculty of cognition at all, but only relate immediately through the senses to the feeling of pleasure, it is only aesthetic judgments of reflection that we can regard as grounded on principles peculiar to the power of judgment. For if reflection upon a given representation precedes the feeling of pleasure as the determining ground of the judgment, then the subjective purposiveness is thought before it is felt in its effect, and in that respect an aesthetic judgment belongs, by virtue of its principles, to the higher faculty of cognition, and indeed to the power of judgment under whose subjective but universal conditions the 225 representation of the object is subsumed. But since a merely subjective condition of a judgment permits no determinate concept of its determining ground, this ground can only be furnished through the feeling of pleasure, though in such a way that the aesthetic judgment is always a judgment of reflection. This is the case because, by contrast, a judgment that assumes no comparison of the representation with the cognitive faculties and their cooperative effect in the power of judgment is an aesthetic judgment of the senses. The latter also relates a given representation to the feeling of pleasure, though not by means of the power of judgment and its principle. It is only in the treatise itself that the characteristic feature which allows us to specify this difference can be identified, namely the claim of the judgment to universal validity and necessity. For if an aesthetic judgment inevitably implies the latter, it thereby also claims that its determining ground must lie not merely in the feeling of pleasure and displeasure alone, but equally in a rule belonging to the higher cognitive faculties, and here specifically in a rule belonging to the power of judgment, which thereby legislates a priori with respect to the conditions of reflection and demonstrates autonomy. This autonomy, however, is not objective, like that of the understanding with respect to the theoretical laws of nature, or that of reason concerning the laws of freedom, i.e., by means of concepts of things or of possible actions, but is merely subjective and valid for a judgment derived from feeling, a judgment which, if it can lay claim to universal validity, indicates its origin as based upon a priori principles. We should properly have to describe this legislation as autonomy, since the power of judgment furnishes the law neither for nature nor for freedom, but solely for itself, and is not a faculty of producing concepts of objects, but only of comparing specific cases with concepts supplied to it from elsewhere, and of stating the subjective conditions of the possibility of this connection a priori. It is precisely this which also explains why judgment, when it is merely reflective and is not based upon a concept of the object, is expressed in an act which is immediately related only to sensation, something which transpires with no other higher faculty, and which, like all sensation, is always accompanied by pleasure or displeasure, instead of consciously relating the given representation to its own rule. And this is because the rule itself is only subjective, and agreement with it can only be recognized in something which also merely expresses a relation to the subject, namely sensation, as the characteristic feature and determining ground of the judgment. This is why it is also called an aesthetic judgment, so that all our judgments can be divided, according to the order of the higher cognitive faculties, into theoretical, aesthetic, and practical ones, where under aesthetic judgments only those of reflection are to be understood since. 226 They alone are related to a principle of the power of judgment, whereas by contrast aesthetic judgments of the senses are immediately concerned solely with the relation of representations to inner sense considered as a feeling. Remark. It is especially important at this point to elucidate the explanation of pleasure as a sensuous representation of the perfection of an object. According to this explanation, an aesthetic judgment of the senses, or one of reflection, would invariably be a cognitive judgment of the object, since perfection is a determination that presupposes a concept of the object. Hence, a judgment attributing perfection to an object could not be distinguished from other logical judgments, except perhaps, as some allege, through the confused character attaching to the concept, which is how some presume to describe sensibility. But this can never constitute any specific distinction amongst judgments. For otherwise a countless host of judgments, not only those belonging to the understanding, but also especially to reason, would also have to be described as aesthetic because an object is thereby determined through a confused concept, as in judgments concerning right and wrong, since few people, even including philosophers, possess a clear concept of what right is. 8 A sensuous representation of perfection is a contradiction in 227 terms, and if the harmonious unification of the manifold is to be described as perfection, this must be represented through a concept, if it is properly to bear the name of perfection. If one were to regard pleasure and displeasure as nothing but a cognition of things through the understanding, though one unconscious of its own concepts, and claim that they only seem to be mere sensations, then we should have to describe this way of judging things as entirely intellectual rather than as aesthetic, sensuous. The senses would then basically be nothing but a judging understanding, albeit one without sous-scient consciousness of its own acts, and the aesthetic kind of representation would no longer be specifically distinguished from logical kind of representation. And since the boundary between the two could never be drawn with precision, this difference of nomenclature would be quite useless. No mention will be made here of this mystical way of representing the things of the world, one which recognizes no sensuous intuition distinct from concepts, and thus leaves it with nothing but an intuitive understanding. But one might still ask, does not our concept of the purposiveness of nature mean exactly the same as what is read by the concept of perfection, and is the empirical consciousness of subjective purposiveness, or the feeling of pleasure we take in certain objects, not simply the sensuous intuition of a perfection, as some like to explain pleasure in general? My answer is this: perfection, as the mere completeness of a plurality in so far as it together constitutes a unity, is an ontological concept which is the same as that of totality, allness, of a composite, through coordination of the manifold in an aggregate, or its simultaneous subordination as a series of grounds and consequences, and has nothing whatsoever to do with the feeling of pleasure or displeasure. The perfection of a thing with respect to the relation between its manifold and the concept of the thing is only formal. But if I speak of a perfection, and there can be many such in a thing grasped under the same concept, it is always grounded in the concept of something as an end to which the ontological concept of the unification of the manifold is applied. This end need not, however, be a practical end, one which presupposes or includes a pleasure in the existence of the object, but can also belong to technique. It thus concerns merely the possibility of things, and is the conformity to law of an intrinsically contingent combination of the manifold and the object. As an example, we may consider the purposiveness which is necessarily thought in the possibility of a regular hexagon for it, is entirely contingent that 6 equal lines on a plane should intersect at precisely equal angles, and this law-like combination presupposes a concept which, as a principle, makes it possible. This kind of objective 228 purposiveness observed in things of nature, and especially in organized beings, is now thought as objective and material, and necessarily carries with it the concept of an end of nature, actual or imputed, in relation to which we also attribute perfection to things. Judgment in this regard is called teleological, and carries with it no feeling of pleasure whatsoever, just as the latter is not to be looked for in any judgment that concerns mere causal connection. The concept of perfection as objective purposiveness thus has nothing whatsoever to do with the feeling of pleasure, and the latter has nothing whatsoever to do with the former. For judging the former, a concept of an object is necessarily required, whereas for judging the latter no concept is needed, and purely empirical intuition can see. The representation of subjective purposiveness in an object, on the other hand, is even the same as the feeling of pleasure, without involving an abstracted concept of any purposive relation, and there is a great gulf between these two kinds of purposiveness. If what is subjectively purposive is to be objective as well, a much more far-reaching investigation is required, not only of practical philosophy, but also of the technique, whether it be that of nature or of art. That is to say, to find perfection in a thing requires reason. To find a thing agreeable only requires the senses. To encounter beauty in a thing requires nothing but reflection, devoid of any concept, upon a given representation. 229. The aesthetic faculty of reflection thus judges only about the subjective purposiveness, not the perfection, of the object, and the question now arises whether it judges only by means of the pleasure or displeasure which is felt here, or whether it even judges about the latter, so that the judgment simultaneously determines that pleasure or displeasure must be combined with the representation of the object. This question, as we have already indicated, cannot yet be decided adequately at this point. It is only through the exposition of such judgments, furnished in the treatise itself, that we shall be able to conclude whether or not they possess a universal validity and necessity which permits them to be derived from a determining ground a priori. In that case, a judgment would indeed determine something a priori by means of the sensation of pleasure or displeasure, but it would also simultaneously determine something a priori through the faculty of cognition, namely the power of judgment, by means of the universality of a rule for combining the feeling with a given representation. On the other hand, if a judgment contained nothing but the relation between the representation and the feeling, without the mediation of any cognitive principle, as is the case with an aesthetic judgment of the senses, which is neither a cognitive judgment nor a judgment of reflection, then all aesthetic judgments would belong in the merely empirical domain. For the moment, we can note that no transition from cognition to the feeling of pleasure takes place through concepts of objects, insofar as the latter are to relate to that feeling, and that we cannot therefore expect to determine a priori the influence which a given representation exercises on the mind, and further, as we already noted in the Critique of Practical Reason, that the representation of a universal lawfulness of willing must simultaneously determine the will and thereby also awaken the feeling of respect as a law contained, and indeed a priori contained, in our moral judgments, even though this feeling still cannot be derived from concepts. In the same way, we shall see that aesthetic judgments of reflection contain the concept of a formal but subjective purposiveness of objects, resting on an a priori principle which is fundamentally the same as the feeling of pleasure, but which cannot be derived from any concepts to whose possibility in general the power of representation stands in relation when it affects the mind in reflecting on an object. 230. An explanation of this feeling, considered in general and without distinguishing whether it accompanies sense perception, reflection, or a determination of the will, must be transcendental. 9. It can be expressed as follows. Pleasure is a state of the mind in which a representation is in harmony with itself, as a ground for simply preserving this state itself, for the state in which the powers of the mind mutually further one. 231. 232. Another in a representation does preserve itself, or else for producing its object. In the first case, the judgment concerning the given representation is an aesthetic judgment of reflection. In the second case, however, it is an aesthetic pathological or aesthetic practical judgment. It can readily be seen here that pleasure and displeasure, since they are not kinds of cognition, cannot be explained in their own right, and asked to be felt rather than understood, and that one can only explain them, and then only inadequately, through the influence which a representation exercises by means of this feeling upon the activity of the powers of the mind. Teleological judging. By the term formal technique of nature, I intended to express the purposiveness of nature in intuition, whereas by the term real technique of nature, I understand the purposiveness of nature in accordance with concepts. The former yields purposive structures for the power of judgment, i.e. a form in the representation of which the imagination and the understanding are spontaneously and reciprocally harmonious with respect to the possibility of a concept. The latter indicates the concept of things as natural ends, i.e. as things whose inner possibility presupposes a purpose, and therefore a concept, which is the underlying condition of the causality of their production. The power of judgment itself can provide and construct purposive forms for intuition a priori when it devises such forms for apprehension as are suitable for the presentation of a concept. But ends, i.e. representations which are themselves regarded as conditions for the causal production of their objects, as effects, must in general be given from elsewhere before the power of judgment concerns itself with harmonizing with the conditions of the manifold, and if there are to be any natural ends, we must be able to regard certain things in nature as if they were products of a cause whose activity could only be determined through a representation of the object. But we cannot determine a priori precisely how, and in what variety of ways, things are possible with respect to their causes, since for this we require knowledge of empirical laws. A judgment concerning purposiveness in things of nature as a ground of their possibility, as natural ends, is called a teleological judgment. Although a priori aesthetic judgments are not possible, we nonetheless encounter a priori principles in the necessary idea of the systematic unity of experience, and they include the concept of the formal purposiveness of nature for our power of judgment. And this reveals a priori the possibility of aesthetic judgments of reflection that are based upon a priori principles. Nature is necessarily harmonious, not merely with respect to the agreement of its transcendental laws. 233 with our understanding, but also with respect to the agreement of its empirical laws with the power of judgment and the capacity of the latter to present an empirical apprehension of the forms of nature by means of the imagination. This agreement simply serves for the furtherance of experience, and the formal purposiveness of experience with respect to the ultimate harmony of nature with the power of judgment is thereby revealed as necessary. But if nature, as the object of teleological judgment, is also to be thought in agreement with the causality of reason, under the concept of an end which reason fashions for itself, then that is more than can be attributed to the power of judgment alone. The power of judgment can, of course, contain its own a priori principles for the form of intuition, but not for concepts of the production of things. The concept of a real end of nature thus falls completely beyond the scope of the power of judgment, taken simply on its own. For the latter, as a separate cognitive power, considers only how two faculties, the imagination and the understanding, are related in a representation prior to the formation of a concept and thereby perceives the subjective purposiveness of the object for its apprehension through the imagination by the cognitive faculties. Thus, in the teleological purposiveness of things as natural ends, which can only be represented through concepts, the power of judgment will have to relate the understanding to reason, something unnecessary for experience in general, in order to be able to represent things as ends of nature. The aesthetic judging of natural forms might, without supplying a concept underlying the object, discover simply through intuitive and empirical apprehension certain objects occurring in nature to be purposive, i.e., merely in relation to the subjective conditions of the power of judgment. Aesthetic judging would therefore neither require a concept of an object nor produce one. That is why it would not interpret these objects in an objective judgment as natural ends, but merely as purposive under a subjective relation to the power of representation. This purposiveness of forms can be called figurative, and the technique of nature with respect to these forms can also be designated accordingly, technica speciosa. 234. On the other hand, teleological judgment presupposes a concept of the object and judges the possibility of the latter according to a law that connects cause and effect. This technique of nature might therefore be called plastic, if this word were not already now commonly used with reference both to natural beauty and to the purposes of nature. Thus one could, if one wishes, also call it an organic technique of nature, an expression which then designates the concept of purposiveness not merely for the mode in which we represent them, but also for the possibility of the objects themselves. The most essential and most important thing for this section, however, is the demonstration that the concept of final causes in nature, which separates the teleological judging of nature from judging it in accordance with universal mechanical laws, is a concept which belongs merely to the power of judgment and not to the faculties of understanding or reason. Thus, if the concept of natural ends were also to be employed in an objective sense, as an intention of nature, this employment would already be sophistical and could never be grounded within experience. For although experience exhibits ends, nothing can demonstrate that these are also intentions, and thus anything pertaining to teleology that is encountered in experience contains nothing but the relation of its objects to the power of judgment, and in fact to a fundamental principle of the latter, through which it legislates for itself, and not for nature, namely as the reflective power of judgment. The concept of ends and of purposiveness is indeed a concept of reason, insofar as one attributes to reason the ground of the possible existence of an object. But the purposiveness of nature, or even the concept of things as natural ends, places reason into relation with these things as their cause, although through experience we have no knowledge of the ground of the possibility of things. For it is only in products of art that we can become aware of the causality of reason with respect to objects, which are therefore 235 called ends or described as purposive, and to call reason technical in this regard conforms to our experience of the causality of our own powers. But to represent nature as technical on analogy with reason, and thus to ascribe purposiveness, and thus even ends, to nature, involves a specific concept which can never be encountered within experience, and which is only introduced by the power of judgment in its reflection upon objects in order to organize experience, as indicated by this concept, under specific laws, namely those of the possibility of a system. For all purposiveness in nature can be regarded either as natural, forma finalis naturae spontanea, or as intentional, intentionalis. Experience on its own justifies only the first way of representing purposiveness, while the second is a hypothetical way of explaining it which goes beyond any concept of things as natural ends. The former concept of things as ends of nature originally belongs to the reflective power of judgment, as logically rather than aesthetically reflective, while the latter belongs to the determining power of judgment. In the first case, reason is certainly also required, albeit only for the sake of experience that is to be organized in accordance with principles, thus in its imminent employment, whereas the second case requires reason to lose itself in extravagant demands, in its transcendent employment. We can and should endeavor, to the best of our ability, to investigate nature as causally connected in experience according to purely mechanical laws, since it is these which furnish the true grounds of physical explanation, and their interconnection constitutes rational scientific knowledge of nature. But amongst nature's products we find specific and very widely distributed genera, which contain within themselves a connection of escient causes that we can only ground in the concept of an end if we wish to have ordered experience at all, i.e. observation according to a principle that is adequate to their inner possibility. If we were to judge their form and its possibility merely according to mechanical laws, where the idea of the effect must be regarded not as the ground of the possibility of the cause, but rather the reverse, it would be impossible, simply from the specific form of these natural things, to derive an empirical concept which would allow us to pass from this inner structure, as cause, to the effect, since the parts of these machines are the cause of the effect which they manifest not in so far as each part has a separate ground of its own, but only in so far as they all share one common ground of their possibility. It is entirely contrary to the nature of physico-mechanical causes that the whole should be the cause of the possibility of the causality of the parts, for the parts must already be given if we are to grasp the possibility of a whole on the basis of the latter. And further, the particular representation of a whole, a representation that precedes the possibility of the 236 parts, is a mere idea, and is called an end if it is regarded as the ground of a causality. Thus it is clear that if there are such products of nature, it is impossible to investigate their character or their cause even within experience, let alone to explain them through reason, without representing their form and their causality as determined according to a principle of ends. Now it is clear in such cases that the concept of an objective purposiveness of nature serves merely to assist reflection on an object, and not its determination through the concept of an end, and that a teleological judgment concerning the inner possibility of a product of nature is a merely reflective, not a determining judgment. Thus when we say, for example, that the crystalline lens in the eye has the purpose of focusing, through a secondary refraction, the light rays emanating from a certain point into a point on the retina, we are merely saying that we think the representation of a purpose in the causal action of nature in producing the eye, because such an idea, serves as a principle for conducting our investigation concerning this part of the eye, and thus also assists us to devise possible means of enhancing the relevant effect. But this does not yet involve attributing to nature a causality in accordance with a representation of ends, i.e., an intentional action, which latter would involve a determining teleological judgment, and as such a transcendent one, that introduces a causality lying beyond the bounds of nature. The concept of natural ends is therefore merely a concept of the reflective power of judgment for the sake of exploring the causal connection in objects of experience. Employing a teleological principle for the explanation of the inner possibility of certain natural forms leaves it undecided whether their purposiveness is intentional or unintentional. A judgment asserting either one or the other conclusion would be a determining rather than a reflective one, and the concept of an end of nature would then no longer be a mere concept of the power of judgment for immanent, empirical employment, but would be bound up with a concept of reason, of an intentionally acting cause set over nature. Irrespective of whether we wish to pass an affirmative or a negative judgment in this case. 237x. The search for a principle of the technical power of judgment. If we are seeking for a general ground of explanation for events, this may be found either in an empirical principle, or an a priori principle, or in a combination of both. This can be seen from the physico-mechanical explanations of the events occurring in the material world, which take their principles partly from universal, rational, natural science and partly from that science, which contains the empirical laws of motion. It is the same when we seek psychological grounds of explanation for the behavior of the mind, but with the difference that, as far as I am aware, these principles are wholly empirical with one exception, namely that of the continuity of all changes which underlies these perceptions a priori, since time, which has only one dimension, is the formal condition of inner intuition. But this contributes virtually nothing to the process of explanation because the general theory of time does not furnish pseudoscience material for an entire science, unlike the pure theory of space, geometry. If it were important to explain how what we call taste first arose amongst human beings, why it has been affected by certain things more than others, or how it has brought forth judgments of beauty under varying regional and social circumstances, which have allowed it to grow into a luxury, and so forth, we should have to seek the relevant principles of explanation, mainly in psychology, which in a case like this invariably means nothing but empirical psychology. Thus, moral teachers expect psychologists to explain the curious phenomenon of miserliness, which places an absolute value upon the mere possession of the means for a more than comfortable condition of life, or for any other goal, while resolving never to use them, or to explain that craving for honor on the part of those who take reputation itself as their only goal and direct their precepts less to moral laws. 238 themselves, than to the removal of obstacles which impede the influence of such laws. In this connection, we must confess that psychological explanations are in a very sorry state as compared with physical ones, that hypotheses are infinitely available here, that given 3 explanations, we can also always easily imagine a 4th equally convincing one. Hence, there is a host of alleged psychologists of this kind who are adept at identifying the causes for every movement or affection of the mind that is aroused by plays, poetic images, or objects of nature, and who even bestow the name of philosophy upon their ingenuity in finding a scientific explanation for the most ordinary natural events of the material world, although they thereby reveal not merely an absence of real knowledge, but also perhaps of any capacity for attaining it. To furnish psychological observations, as Burke did in his treatise on the beautiful and the sublime, and thus to gather material for the systematic connection of empirical rules in the future, without here making any attempt to understand them, is probably the sole true duty of an empirical psychology, which will probably never legitimately aspire to the rank of a philosophical science. But if a judgment presents itself as universally valid, and thereby positively lays claim to necessity, This professed necessity may rest either upon concepts of the object a priori or upon the subjective conditions of underlying concepts a priori. Thus, if we grant the claim of such a judgment, it would be quite absurd to justify it by explaining the origin of the judgment psychologically. This would be self-defeating, since if the desired explanation were fully accomplished, it would prove that the judgment can claim no necessity whatsoever precisely because its empirical origin has now been identified. Now, aesthetic judgments of reflection, which we shall later analyze under the name of judgments of taste, are of the type we have just described. They claim to be necessary, and they assert not that everyone does indeed so judge, for then they would be open to explanation by empirical psychology, but rather that everyone should so judge, and this implies that they possess their own a priori principle. If the relation to such a principle, one which claims necessity for itself, were not intrinsic to these judgments, we should have to assume that a judgment should be regarded as universally valid because it is actually so regarded, as confirmed by observation, and, conversely, that the fact that everyone does judge in a certain manner implies that they should so judge, and this is a patent absurdity. 239. Aesthetic judgments of reflection do indeed reveal the difficulty that they are not based upon concepts at all, and thus cannot be derived from any determinate principle, for in that case they would be logical judgments. The subjective representation of purposiveness is not supposed to be a concept of an end, but a relation to an a priori principle can and must invariably hold wherever a judgment claims necessity. And here we are concerned solely with this claim and its possibility in so far as a critique of reason is precisely thereby encouraged to seek out the underlying, though indeterminate, principle at work here. And reason can successfully discover this principle and recognize it as one which subjectively and a priori underlies the judgment in question, although it can never be a determinate concept of an object. Thus, one is compelled to admit that a teleological judgment is grounded in an a priori principle and would be impossible without such a principle. Although we only discover the purpose of nature in judgments of this sort through experience, and could never become aware without experience that things of this kind are even possible. For a teleological judgment, although it connects a determinate concept of an end, upon which it grounds the possibility of certain products of nature, with the representation of the object, something that does not happen in an aesthetic judgment, it still merely remains a reflective judgment, as in the former case. A teleological judgment does not presume to assert, with respect to this objective purposiveness, that nature, or any other being working through nature, in fact acts intentionally, i.e., that in nature or its cause the thought of an end determines causality, but merely that we must employ the mechanical laws of nature in accordance with this analogy, the relation of cause and 240 effect. In order to recognize the possibility of such objects and acquire a concept of them capable of furnishing a single systematic and coherent structure in experience. A teleological judgment compares the concept of a natural product as it is with what it ought to be. Here the judgment of the possibility of the natural product is based upon a previous a priori concept of an end. There is no difficulty in representing the possibility of something in this way where the products of art are concerned. But to conceive that a product of nature ought to be something or other, and thus to judge whether it actually is so or not, itself presupposes a principle which could not have been derived from experience, which only tells us what things are. We are immediately aware through experience that we see by means of the eye, and we likewise learn through experience of the internal and external structure of the eye, which define the conditions of its possible use, and therefore of its causality under mechanical laws. But I can also make use of a stone either to crush something or to build something, etc., and these effects can also be related to their causes as specific ends. Yet this does not permit me to say that the stone ought to be used for building. But with regard to the eye, I judge that it ought to be adapted to seeing, and although its form, the character of all its parts, and their composition, when judged in accordance with merely mechanical laws, are entirely contingent as far as 241. My own power of judgment is concerned, I nevertheless think that its form and structure manifest a certain necessity, namely one that accords with a concept which precedes the formative causes of the organ in question, and without which I am incapable of conceiving of the possibility of this natural product under any mechanical laws of nature, something that is not the case with the stone. This thought, therefore, implies a necessity which is clearly differentiated from that physico-mechanical necessity through which a thing is possible under the laws of escient causes alone, with any preceding idea, and it can no more be determined through mere empirical and physical laws than the necessity belonging to aesthetic judgments can be determined through psychological ones. Thus all judgments concerning the purposiveness of nature, whether they be aesthetic or teleological, are subject to a priori principles, and indeed to those belonging specifically and exclusively to the power of judgment, because they are merely reflective rather than determining judgments. And that is precisely why they also belong to a critique of pure reason, understood in the most general sense. Teleological judgments require this critique more than aesthetic judgments do, since the former, left to themselves, only encourage reason to draw potentially extravagant conclusions, whereas the latter demand careful investigation only to guard against their own principle leading to an exclusive preoccupation with the empirical and thereby forfeiting their claims to a universally valid necessity. 11. The encyclopedic introduction of the Critique of Judgment into the system of the Critique of Pure Reason. Every introduction to an exposition serves either to introduce a proposed doctrine or to introduce the doctrine itself into a system in which it belongs as a part. The first kind of introduction precedes the doctrine, while the second should properly only constitute its conclusion and indicate its place, according to fundamental principles, in the body of doctrines with which it is connected through common principles. The former approach is a propedeutic introduction, while the second can be called an encyclopedic one. Propedeutic introductions are the customary ones, which prepare the way for the proposed doctrine by drawing the preliminary knowledge that is requisite from other already existing doctrines or sciences in order to facilitate the transition 242 in question. If they are so designed as to distinguish carefully between the special principles of the novel doctrine, domestica, and those belonging to some other doctrine, peregrinis, they serve to demarcate the boundaries of the sciences, a precaution which cannot be recommended too highly, since without it no thoroughness, especially with regard to philosophical knowledge, can be hoped for. An encyclopedic introduction, however, presupposes not the existence of a related doctrine that is preparatory to the newly promulgated doctrine, but rather the idea of a system which will only be completed through the latter. This cannot be accomplished by raking over or collecting up the many things that have been discovered on the path of research, but only when we are able to specify completely the subjective or objective sources of a certain kind of cognition through the formal concept of a whole, which equally contains the principle of a complete a priori division. Thus one can easily see why encyclopedic introductions, useful though they might be, are nonetheless so rare. The faculty whose distinctive principle will be sought out and discussed here, the power of judgment, is of a very special kind in that it produces, on its own account, no knowledge whatsoever, whether theoretical or practical, and, despite its a priori principle, contributes nothing to transcendental philosophy as an objective doctrine, but simply constitutes the connection between two other higher cognitive faculties, understanding and reason. Hence, in determining the principles of this faculty, which lends itself only to a critique and is incapable of becoming a doctrine, I may be permitted to relinquish the order of argument that is otherwise always necessary and offer a brief encyclopedic introduction. This is not an introduction to the system of the sciences of pure reason, but merely to the critique of all the faculties of the mind which can be determined a priori, and in so far as they constitute a system within the mind, an approach which thus serves to unite a propedeutic introduction with an encyclopedic one. The introduction of the power of judgment into the system of the pure faculties of cognition through concepts rests entirely upon its distinctive transcendental principle, that nature in specifying the transcendental laws of the understanding, the principles of its possibility as nature in general, i.e., the manifold of its empirical laws, operates in accordance with the idea of its own systematic division and thus facilitates the possibility of experience as an empirical system. This suggests first, and indeed a priori, the concept of a conformity to law, i.e., a purposiveness of nature, which is objectively contingent but subjectively necessary for our cognitive faculties. Even if this principle determines nothing with respect to the particular forms of nature, since the purposiveness of the latter can only be given empirically, a judgment concerning such forms nonetheless acquires a claim to necessity and universal validity as a merely reflective judgment, through the relation between the subjective purposiveness of the given representation for the power of judgment and the a priori principle of the power of judgment of nature's purposiveness in its empirical conformity to law in general. Thus, an aesthetic reflective judgment can be regarded 243 as resting upon an a priori principle, although it is not determining, and the power of judgment will thereby find itself entitled to a place within the critique of the higher faculties of pure cognition. The concept of a purposiveness of nature as a technical purposiveness which is essentially different from a practical one, if it is not simply to be the fraudulent substitution of what we make of nature for what nature is a concept distinct from all dogmatic philosophy, theoretical and practical, and is grounded merely on that principle of the power of judgment which precedes empirical laws and first renders possible their coherence within the unity of a system of such laws. It is therefore clear, with respect to the two ways of employing the reflective power of judgment, the aesthetic and the teleological, that only the judgment which precedes any concept of the object, namely the reflective aesthetic judgment, possesses its determining ground in the power of judgment, unmixed with any other faculty of cognition. On the other hand, a teleological judgment on the concept of a natural end, even if it merely employs the principle of the reflective rather than the determining power of judgment, can only be made by combining reason with empirical concepts. It is thus easy to show the possibility of a teleological judgment on nature without having to base it upon any special principle of the power of judgment, since this possibility merely follows. 244 from the principle of reason. By contrast, the possibility of a mere judgment of reflection, which is aesthetic yet nonetheless grounded on an a priori principle, i.e., a judgment of taste, if it can actually be shown to have a justifiable claim to universal validity, certainly does require a critique of the power of judgment as a faculty with distinctive transcendental principles, like reason and the understanding. And only in this way does it qualify for inclusion within the system of the pure faculties of cognition. This is because an aesthetic judgment, while it presupposes no concept of its object, nonetheless ascribes purposiveness and indeed universal validity to it. Thus, the principle for this can only lie in the power of judgment itself, since a teleological judgment, by contrast, presupposes a concept of the object, which reason brings under the principle of teleological connection, although only in so far as the power of judgment employs this concept of an end of nature in a merely reflective rather than in a determining judgment. The power of judgment thus reveals itself in taste alone, and indeed in that concerning objects of nature, as a faculty possessing its own distinctive principle, and it thereby claims a place in the general critique of the higher faculties of cognition, which one might not otherwise have believed it deserves. But once we concede that the faculty of the power of judgment can set a priori principles for itself, it also becomes necessary to determine its proper range. And for this completion of the task of critique, we must recognize that both the aesthetic and the teleological capacities are contained within a single faculty and rest upon the same principle. For the teleological judgment concerning things of nature also belongs, along with the aesthetic judgment, to the reflective rather than to the determining power of judgment. The critique of taste, however, which is otherwise employed merely for the improvement or strengthening of taste itself, fills a lacuna within the system of our cognitive faculties if one considers it from a transcendental perspective, and thus opens up the striking and, it seems to me, highly encouraging prospect of a complete system of all the powers of the mind in their relationship not merely to the sensuous, but also to the supersensible domain, without thereby effacing the boundaries which have been set to their use in this respect by the most rigorous critique. It may perhaps prove helpful for the reader and facilitate a clearer view of the structure of the investigations which follow, if I here furnish an outline of their systematic connection with one another, although, like the whole of the section, it should properly assume its place at the end of the treatise itself. 245. All of the faculties of the mind can be traced back to these three: the faculty of cognition, the feeling of pleasure, and displeasure, the faculty of desire. The cognitive faculty, although it does not always function as cognition, since a representation belonging to this faculty can also be a pure or empirical intuition without reference to concepts, nonetheless invariably underlies the exercise of all the faculties. If we thus consider the general capacity for knowledge in accordance with principles, we can correlate the powers of the mind with the following higher faculties. We find that the understanding possesses specific a priori principles for the faculty of cognition. The power of judgment possesses such principles only for the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, while reason possesses such principles merely for the faculty of desire. These formal principles serve to ground a necessity which is partly objective and partly subjective, but which also possesses objective validity in part because it is subjective, in so far as these principles determine, through the higher faculties here correlated with them, the corresponding powers of the mind. Finally, associated with these a priori grounds of the possibility of forms, we also find the following products corresponding to them. 246. Nature thus grounds its lawfulness on a priori principles of the understanding as the faculty of cognition. Art is guided a priori in its purposiveness in accordance with the power of judgment in relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure. Lastly, morality, as the product of freedom, stands under the idea of a form of purposiveness which is qualified for universal law as the determining ground of reason with respect to the faculty of desire. The judgments which arise in this way from a priori principles that are peculiar to each of the fundamental faculties of the mind are theoretical, aesthetic, and practical judgments respectively. Thus we uncover a system of the powers of the mind in their relation to nature and to freedom, both of which possess their own distinctive determining a priori principles and which therefore constitute the two parts of philosophy as a doctrinal system, theoretical and practical philosophy, as well as a transition from the sensible substrate of the former to the intelligible substrate of the latter by means of the power of judgment, which connects both parts through a distinctive principle of its own. This transition is accomplished through the critique of a faculty, the power of judgment, whose function is simply connective and which cannot therefore furnish any knowledge on its own account or make any contribution to doctrine, but whose judgments, called aesthetic, possessing merely subjective principles, as distinct from those called logical, whether theoretical or practical, which necessarily possess objective principles, are of a special kind in that they relate sensuous intuitions to an idea of nature whose conformity to law cannot be understood except in relation to a supersensible substrate. The proof of this will be produced in the course of the treatise itself. 247. We shall not call the critique of this faculty with respect to the former type of judgment an aesthetic, understood as a doctrine of the senses, but a critique of aesthetic judgment. This is because the meaning of the former expression is too broad, since it can also signify the sensuous character of the intuition which belongs to theoretical cognition and which furnishes the material for logical, objective judgments. That is why we have earlier defined the expression aesthetic exclusively as a predicate belonging to intuition in the context of cognitive judgments. But there is no danger of misunderstanding if we call the power of judgment aesthetic precisely because it does not relate the representation of an object to concepts, and thus does not relate a judgment to cognition at all, being merely reflective rather than determining. For although intuitions are sensuous, aesthetic, for the logical power of judgment, they must nevertheless first be raised to the level of concepts in order to contribute to the knowledge of objects, something which is not the case for the aesthetic power of judgment. 12. The division of the critique of judgment. Dividing the domain of a certain kind of cognition in order to present it as a system has an importance that is rarely recognized, but also involves a commonly misunderstood difficulty. If we regard the parts of such a possible whole as already complete in themselves, the division is made mechanically, simply for the sake of comparing the parts, and the resulting whole becomes an aggregate, rather as cities do when land is divided amongst prospective settlers according to the individual designs of each, without any regulation. But if 248 we can and should presuppose an idea of whole, according to a certain principle, and prior to the determination of the parts, the division must be made scientifically, and it is only in this way that the whole becomes a system. And this is always required where the domain of a priori knowledge is concerned, which together with its principles rests upon a special legislative faculty on the part of the subject. For in such cases the range within which these laws can be employed, and therefore also the number and the relationship of the parts to knowledge as a whole, are determined a priori through the distinctive character of this faculty. But no properly grounded division can be produced without simultaneously producing the whole itself and already presenting it completely in all its parts, though only of course under the rule of critique. Nothing further is then required to bring it into the systematic form of a doctrine, in so far as this cognitive faculty can by its nature furnish such a thing, except the thoroughness of its application and the elegant precision of its connection to particular content. Now, in order to divide a critique of the power of judgment, a faculty which, although grounded on a priori principles, can never furnish the material for a doctrine, we must fundamentally recognize that it is only the reflective, not the determining, power of judgment which possesses its own a priori principles. The former proceeds merely schematically, under the laws of another faculty, the understanding, while the latter proceeds merely technically, under its own laws. A purposiveness that is judged merely subjectively, which is not therefore based on any concept, and in so far as it is merely subjectively judged never can be based on one, is a relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, and the judgment concerning this relation is aesthetic, and this is indeed the only possible way of judging aesthetically. When this feeling merely accompanies the sensuous representation of the object, i.e. the sensation of the object, the aesthetic judgment is empirical, and while it certainly requires a specific receptivity, it calls for no specific power of judgment, and if, furthermore, the latter were assumed to be determining, it would also have to be grounded in a concept of an end, and the purposiveness, as objective, would therefore have to be judged logically rather than aesthetically. For these reasons are compelled to recognize that the aesthetic power of judgment, as a special faculty, is 249 nothing but the reflective power of judgment, and that the feeling of pleasure, which cannot be distinguished from the representation of subjective purposiveness, must not be regarded as derived from or related by an a priori principle either to the sensation in an empirical representation of the object or to the concept of the object. This feeling can only therefore be regarded as connected with reflection and the form, the distinctive activity of the power of judgment, through which it advances from empirical intuitions to general concepts. The aesthetic of the reflective power of judgment will therefore constitute one part of the critique of this faculty, just as the logic of the same faculty, under the name of teleology, will constitute the other part. In both cases, however, nature itself is considered as technical, i.e., as purposive with respect to its products, on the one hand subjectively, merely with regard to the mode of representation of the subject, and on the other hand as objectively purposive in relation to the possibility of the object itself. We shall see hereafter that the purposiveness of form in the realm of appearance is beauty, and that the faculty for judging it is taste. It would seem to follow from this that the division of the critique of the power of judgment into its aesthetic and its teleological part must comprise solely the theory of taste and that of physical ends, the judging of things in the world as natural ends. But all purposiveness, whether subjective or objective, can be divided into inner and relative purposiveness. The former is based upon the representation of the object as such, while the latter is based simply upon the contingent use of the object. Thus, the form of the object can be perceived, in the first place, in mere intuition without regard to any concepts, as purposive for the reflective power of judgment, and in this case subjective purposiveness is ascribed to the thing and to nature itself. In the second place, the perception of the object may reveal for reflection absolutely no purposiveness of its form as such, although the representation of the object can certainly arouse the feeling of a purposiveness lying a priori in the subject, perhaps the supersensible determination of the powers of the subject, and thereby ground an aesthetic judgment which is also related to an a priori principle, though only a subjective one, but not, as in the first case, relative to the purposiveness of nature with regard to the subject, but only to a possible teleological use of certain sensuous intuitions, by virtue of their form, through the merely reflective power of judgment. The first kind of judgment therefore ascribes beauty to the objects of nature, while the second ascribes sublimity to them, and in both cases merely by means of aesthetic, reflective, judgments devoid of any concept of an object, merely with regard to subjective purposiveness. But no special technique of nature would be presupposed for the second kind, since it depends merely on a contingent use of a 250 representation that is contributory not to cognition of an object, but to a different feeling, namely that of the inner purposiveness in the constitution of the powers of the mind. Yet judgment concerning the sublimity of nature would not be excluded from the aesthetic division of the reflective power of judgment, because it too expresses a subjective purposiveness that does not rest upon the concept of an object. It is just the same with regard to the objective purposiveness of nature, i.e. the possibility of things as natural ends where we judge only in accordance with concepts of the latter, i.e. judge not aesthetically, in relation to the feeling of pleasure and displeasure, but logically, in what we call a teleological judgment. Objective purposiveness is grounded either on the inner possibility of the object or on the relative possibility of its external consequences. In the first case, a teleological judgment considers the perfection of a thing in accordance with an end which lies within it, since the manifold is here interrelated reciprocally as both end and means. In the second case, a teleological judgment extends only to the usefulness of a natural object, namely its correspondence to a purpose which lies in other things. Thus, the critique of the aesthetic power of judgment comprises, firstly, the critique of taste, the faculty of judging the beautiful, and, secondly, the critique of the feeling of spirit, for that is how I would initially describe the faculty of 251 representing sublimity in certain objects. Since the faculty of the teleological power of judgment relates its representation of purposiveness to the object not by means of feeling but through concepts, no special terms are required in order to distinguish the faculties it implies, whether we are speaking of inner or relative, though in both cases objective, purposiveness. For the teleological power of judgment here relates its reflection entirely to reason, rather than to feeling. But we should note that it is the technique of nature, and not that of the human powers of representation that we call art, in the proper sense of the word, with respect to which we are here investigating purposiveness as a regulative concept of the power of judgment. We are not seeking for the principle of artistic beauty or of artistic perfection, although one could call the process of nature technical, i.e. quasi-artistic, if we regard it as technical or plastic, as represented on analogy with the comparable causality of art. For we are concerned here with the principle of the merely reflective power of judgment, rather than with the determining power of judgment, which underlies all human works of art. And in this case, purposiveness must therefore be regarded as unintentional and can thus only be ascribed to nature. The judgment of artistic beauty will subsequently have to be regarded as a mere derivative of those principles which underlie the judgment concerning natural beauty. The critique of the reflective power of judgment with respect to nature will thus consist of two parts: the critique of the aesthetic faculty and the critique of the teleological faculty of judging the things of nature. The first part will contain two books, of which the first will be the critique of taste or of the judging of the beautiful, and the second the critique of the feeling of the spirit in the mere reflection upon an object or of the judging of the sublime. The second part likewise contains two books, the first of which will bring under principles the judging of things as natural ends with respect to their inner possibility, while the other will do the same for the judgment concerning their relative purposiveness. Each of these books will contain two sections, an analytic and a dialectic of the faculty of judging. The analytic will attempt to furnish in the same number of chapters first the exposition and then the deduction of the concept of a purposiveness of nature. The end. About the author. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, was a German philosopher widely regarded as one of the most influential thinkers in the history of Western philosophy. Born in Königsberg, Kant spent nearly his entire life in his hometown, where he studied, taught, and developed a philosophical system that transformed modern thought. As a professor at the University of Königsberg, Kant devoted his career to investigating the limits and possibilities of human knowledge. His Copernican revolution in philosophy proposed that the mind actively shapes human experience, fundamentally changing the study of epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, and aesthetics. Among his most influential works are the Critique of Pure Reason, the Critique of Practical Reason, the Critique of Judgment, groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, and Perpetual Peace. Kant's philosophy profoundly influenced nearly every major intellectual movement that followed, including German idealism, phenomenology, existentialism, analytic philosophy, and contemporary ethics. Thinkers such as George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, Arthur Schopenhauer, and Edmund Husserl built upon, challenged, or reinterpreted his ideas, ensuring his lasting impact on the development of modern philosophy. Today, Immanuel Kant is remembered as one of the greatest philosophers of all time. Through the Critique of Judgement, he left an enduring legacy that continues to shape our understanding of beauty, art, nature, and the remarkable human capacity to judge, reflect, and seek meaning. Production credits. This audiobook was produced by Pigeon Publishing House. Dedicated to the preservation of timeless literature. Copyright 2026, Pigeon Publishing House. All rights to the narration and audio production are reserved. Unauthorized reproduction or distribution is prohibited. Pigeon Publishing House is an independent label dedicated to public domain works. Public domain text used with attribution. Pigeon Publishing House presented The Critique of Judgement. Author Immanuel Kant. Narrated by Henry Wells. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it.
If anything you heard today helped you, challenged you, or gifted you a useful idea, remember to support us with a 5-star rating, follow the podcast, and leave a comment with your reflection of the day. And if you want to keep growing, we'll be waiting for you in our other compilations: Pigeon Audiobooks Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks Classics, Pigeon Audiobooks Poetry, Pigeon Audiobooks Top 100 Best-Selling, and our new collection, Pigeon Audiobooks Novels. There you'll find a complete library to elevate your mind and your results. See you in the next episode. And never forget, Knowledge is the greatest act of rebellion against the system.